Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, January 23rd. Wow, January is almost over. Next week. Whew. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Here.
Santana. Present. Hodge.
Here.
Jones. House Jones. McCormick.
Present.
Spencer.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Truly appreciate you always. For those who have come in and who would like to make public comments, there's a form that is out on the side, so please make sure you sign in. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes. And before we get to public comment, as the chair, I will give you the rules as relates to public comment. All right. I am going to, before we get started, we have a presentation this morning by Frank Ford, Senior Policy Advisor and Chair of VAPAC. But before we get to Mr. Frank Ford, I am going to read the ordinance into the record so that way we can keep rolling through our agenda. Ordinance number 1039-2023 by Councilmembers Conwell, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend various sections of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by various ordinances relating to the Department of Building and Housing, generally to renumber existing sections 3143.04 to 3143.98, to change the name of Chapter 3143 and to enact new sections 3104.01 to 3104.09, 3104.99, 3106.01 to 3106.10, 3106.99, 3143.04, and 3143.05 relating to civil enforcement, vacant property registration, and parking inspections. All right, Mr. Ford, come on up. Are you by yourself?
Yes.
I'm sure director and should come on up right now as well.
That's, yeah, probably.
Come on up. You and your team.
Chair Hairston, members of council and this committee, thank you for the opportunity to come here today to present. I'm specifically going to be addressing one specific part of the package of legislation called Residents First, and that is the vacant property registration and inspection, and most specifically the inspection of vacant properties prior to title transfer. I just want to make a note on the first page here. You see that little thing that says NEO Can Do down there? That's, I usually want to give thanks to Case Western Reserve University's data system. It's really incredible. It may be the best in the country, if not the world. So the first few slides I'm going to walk you through are really just setting the stage for how did we get here? What's the background? And it may be self-evident, but I think it's worth taking a couple minutes. That distressed housing conditions in Cleveland, disproportionately higher in the majority black east side, can be traced directly to mortgage lenders targeting communities for high-cost predatory loans in the 2000s, which led to foreclosure, abandonment, blight, and then loss of housing value and wealth. And this first chart shows back in 2006 the distribution of high-cost predatory loans. And you could see the percent of African-American population is in red, and the blue bars are the percent of loans that were high-cost predatory loans. And there's a definite, obvious difference here that the east side of Cleveland and the east inner suburbs were more heavily hit, although the west side of Cleveland, actually, I should make a note of that, the west side of Cleveland also. The next slide is, this is the result of that, mortgage foreclosures and how they were distributed, and you can see a similar distribution. The east side of Cleveland had higher percent of parcels, and the east side of Cleveland nearly had 1 out of every 2 parcels. Almost 50% of all the parcels in this 20-year period experienced a foreclosure. And then further you can see the outcome, the impact of this predatory lending targeting black communities. Notice that in 2005, And actually, from 2000 through 2005, the median sale prices for the east side of Cleveland and the west side weren't that far apart. Roughly maybe what, 8, 9, 10,000. But then you get the cumulative impact of the predatory lending that had started around 2000 finally hit, and you could see the drop in median sale prices, which is directly attributable, in my view, to the blight that resulted from foreclosure. And then you see the recovery is disproportionate as well. So this is a personal opinion. The major factor perpetuating these distressed conditions for 2 decades has been the lack of a holistic approach to vacant property that intervenes earlier in the vacancy process instead of waiting until it's so deteriorated it must be condemned, and prevents vacant homes from being flipped amongst investors without violations being addressed. There's an interesting quote on the next slide from Alan Malik, senior fellow with the Center for Community Progress. He was here in 2005, and I should say the Center for Community Progress did a study of vacancy in Cleveland, which was published in 2005 called, all of a sudden my mind's drawing a blank, and you know the name, but I'm sure.
I don't actually, but it's fine. It's Alan Malik.
Okay, yes, it's Alan Malik. Cleveland at the Crossroads, there it is. Oh, I could have, it's right in front of me. Cleveland at the Crossroads. And I thought it was an interesting comment he made, and he made this numerous times at meetings. It's just too easy to own vacant property in Cleveland. There are no consequences. So that was in 2005. What are the current conditions? So this is a chart from a study that the Vacant and Abandoned Property Action Council did, specifically referencing data that Dr. Timothy Kobe provided. And you can see that in 2020, well, first let me back up and you see the obvious increase in investor buying over a period of about 16 years. But when you get to 2020, in that year, 46% of all the acquisitions of 1 to 3 family homes were by business owners, not individuals. Now, there's a significant increase really everywhere you look, except maybe the outer suburbs and the west inner suburbs. Cuyahoga County increased significantly, so did the west side of Cleveland and the east inner suburbs. This is another outcome of this, which I think is worth noting. The foreclosure, combined with this massive acquisition of homes by investors, has led to a dramatic decrease of home ownership. It's actually decreased throughout the county except for the outer suburbs, but the greatest decrease is really right here in front of us. The west side decreased nearly 20%, and the east side of Cleveland home ownership has decreased by 30% over the 20-year period. As home ownership declines, as investors from around the U.S. and the world increase their home buying, residential real estate in the city is increasingly coming under the control of people who don't live here. Here's another look. This is something which is actually generally, I'd say, good news, that the total volume of vacant property has come down. We're not at the height of 2010 when there was just so many foreclosures and abandonment. That has come down. It's largely attributable to demolition that the city of Cleveland did and the Cuyahoga County and the County Land Bank did. But there's an interesting thing here when you look at the last few years. Notice that vacancy is no longer declining and is actually rising slightly on both the west side and the east side. That's concerning. So here's looking more specifically at vacancy, and this is something that I want to credit again Case Western Reserve because they helped me do this analysis. It's not an analysis I haven't seen it anywhere else actually in any other city, but it's taking data and looking at the continuous vacancy of homes, 1 to 3 family homes, for a 12-month period, then a 24-month period, and then for 3 years. And as you can see, the east side of Cleveland, there's nearly 3,000 properties that have been vacant for 3 years. There's almost 1,000 on the west side. And now this long-term vacancy is a major factor undermining housing market recovery in the east side of Cleveland. And here's something further I did. I then looked at the vacancy data and looked at the investors who own those properties. On the east side, and I focused here on the east side in particular, there were nearly 3,000 continuously vacant homes for 3 years. The number of vacant homes by a business entity was about 1,000, about a third. But then the number of vacant homes owned by individuals whose tax mailing address is outside of Cleveland, they may not be a corporate investor, but they are an investor. That adds back in about 500. So you've got about 1,500, roughly 52% of the properties that are continuously vacant for the last 3 years are held by investors. Then what I did one other analysis. I've done this fairly recently. And I looked at the city's survey, the door-to-door survey that was finished, I think, in March of '23. And then I analyzed who were the people that owned the properties and what were the grades of those properties. And here, the blue bars are A and B rated properties. In other words, they're in good condition, little or no repair is required. The C, D, and F properties, which need repair or major renovation, are the orange bars. When you look at the investors, only 38% of investor properties are in good condition compared to 57% of the individual owners are in good condition and 72% for nonprofit and government-owned homes. Conversely, 62% of the investor properties are in need of repair or major renovation compared to 43% for individual owners and 28% for nonprofit and government-owned homes. One thing I want to point out, though, is that all of us remember this was an exterior survey. I was at a meeting, my own staff at the Fair Housing Center, when I presented this. They said, well, we're surprised that the nonprofits did so well. And they said they have received complaints at our office for the interior conditions. So, you know, it would be a much harder analysis to do, but it could be done to do the exact same thing and look at, well, to the extent that there's inspections. I guess that's really why I'm here, to say that there's a need for inspection. But it would be interesting to see if we did that. I'm going to leave you. I'm not going to go through this in great detail in the interest of time, but I will just say that for this analysis, I did something slightly different. I did every business name with INC, CORP, corporation, contractor, you know, realty, whatever name that might be a business owner. But then I did look at any individual that owned at least 10 properties, regardless of where their tax mailing address was. And then, of course, I did nonprofits and government entities, which included churches, and I'm not going to go any further into that, but I'm happy to take questions. So again, my opinion, that for decades, the city of Cleveland has allowed the buying and selling of vacant homes amongst investors without inspecting and documenting the conditions that undermine housing markets. And some argue a pre-transfer inspection will be a hardship on the responsible investors trying to do the right thing, but wouldn't a responsible investor welcome the opportunity to know the condition of the property they're buying? Last thing, and we'll end here, and in the original version that I had shared with you, I didn't think of this, but late last night, I realized I didn't address any of the concerns that people have been raising. And so I thank the staff here for the council for being able to make this available to you, because they got it late. The first, and these aren't the only concerns, there could be many others, and I'm sure members of the council will probably raise them, but the 5 that I've heard a lot. One is, we don't need these new tools. We already have tools. They just need to be used. It seems to me that Building and Housing and Law Department disagree. And I think it's significant. I've never observed before Building and Housing and Law Department joining together to say they want to take a more aggressive approach to vacant property. Over the last 15 years, even at times when the Building and Housing Department wanted to, it seemed that the Law Department was resistant. So now you've got this unique situation where both law and building and housing want to take a more aggressive approach. And I know we could debate the question, you know, are these tools needed or not? But they're saying they want these tools, and they're saying they want to be more aggressive. You know, over the last 15 years after the foreclosure crisis, I'd say Cleveland still has a major problem with vacant property. The second thing is building and housing doesn't have the staffing to implement these new tools. Well, I've heard Director Martin O'Toole say that she is expecting to staff up, and she'll address that. The third is the city may not have legal authority to implement some of the requirements imposed. That's another question that could be debated, and there are proponents on both sides. But for 15 years, the law department has been risk averse. That's my observation. New law director Griffin has said, and I was at a meeting where he said this to me personally, he would rather be aggressive and take risks than to fail to do something about this problem. To me, that's refreshing change. The fourth is this will have a negative impact on the smaller, well-intentioned investors. Specifically, this could have a negative impact on Black investors working in the East Side. There are many examples, and I can give you some, of Black and white buyers that purchased homes for investment purposes then ended up in housing court or in foreclosure because they didn't realize the scope of the work needed in the home. Requiring an inspection may be an inconvenience for a Black buyer or anyone acquiring an investment property, but the inspection ultimately ensures a better outcome for the investor, the adjacent neighbors in the city of Cleveland. One quick anecdotal story. This was probably 2010. Judge Pianka reached out to me and then law professor at Cleveland State, Kermit Lind, and he said, I have a defendant in my court. He said, I feel bad for him because he's a well-intentioned investor and he's really in trouble. Can you guys talk to him? So we interviewed him. We ended up giving him the best advice we could, but his story was he was African-American. He was a machinist. He saw the infomercials about how you can get wealthy and rich on real estate. He bought 10 properties, and he told us, he said, I had no idea what I was getting into, and he said he regretted it terribly. To me, that's an example of you don't want people getting into these situations without their eyes open and knowing what they're getting into. And finally, there's the concern, and some of my friends and people that I really respect have said this, that these changes are reaching too far. Building and Housing Department, Law Department should walk before they run. So, I take a different view of this. I think for the past 15 years, since the height of the foreclosure crisis, I think the city of Cleveland has been walking, not running. Now, there are exceptions, and it's really worth pointing them out. Ed Ribka's implementation of filing an affidavit of fact whenever there was a condemnation, that was really innovative and groundbreaking. Ron O'Leary's campaigning to get an accountability for everyone in the chain of title. I think council adopted that. That's groundbreaking. Judge Pianka, we could go on and on about the things that he did that were groundbreaking. The prosecution of flipper Ray De La Cruz, the bulk holder task force. There have been, I'm not saying that nothing's been done, but what I'm saying, if you look at the whole picture, if you look at the data, I don't think Cleveland has been running for the last 15 years with respect to this problem. So I guess what I'm saying is give building and housing the tools they're asking for. Let them run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Truly appreciate the presentation this morning. Always great information. And we'll go to the committee for any questions before we dive into the ordinance itself. Is there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, just a comment.
Yes, Councilwoman Spencer.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair, and wanting to thank you, Mr. Ford, for the presentation through our chair. And the fact that we have this data is incredibly important. So I just wanted to acknowledge the result of the studies and the survey, the citywide survey, that data is a really important starting point for today's conversation. So thank you for allowing this conversation up front, Mr. Chair, with the presentation of data and the findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've seen this data a lot, and I thank you for doing this. It's very, very informative, and keeping an eye on this type of work that you do has really helped me understand what's going on in the rest of the city, aside from the part that I live in. So thank you for doing all of this. I did hear an interesting criticism of the analysis on percent of properties owned by LLCs. And that person said, the old landlord class kept everything in their name. And we all know those famous stories from the 80s and 90s of one person owning 100 houses in their actual name. And we would find that person, and they would go into court, and they would get in trouble. and every house was easy to find. And somebody said, well, over the course of the last 20 years, the landlord class has actually just professionalized a bit, and now they all have LLCs. They have LLCs for 100 houses, and they have LLCs for one house, and some of them have 100 LLCs for 100 houses.
Yeah.
And so my question is, through the chair, have you, aside from using LLC, is there a way, or have you looked at owner occupancy data historically, maybe using a different criteria, maybe just the criteria of when the tax million address matches the residential address, or are there other ways to determine whether or not investor shares are
Right.
going up in the neighborhood, or maybe we're just seeing a little bit of them utilizing LLC laws?
And that's a good point. And this part about it, comparing the investors to the city survey, it's one chart here. It actually took about 50 hours. It was very, but even with all that work, there's one more thing that I think could be done. And for this particular analysis, I did not use tax mailing address. I used only the names, a corporate name. I figured if it's a corporate name, business name, that's not an occupied homeowner, I don't think. I mean, maybe there's an example of somebody doing that, but and when I saw names that were the same name, owning 10 properties, and I was pretty strict about had to be the same name, not some variation. But the tax mailing address question is interesting. It is a useful method, but I already was thinking if I did it, I'd have to back out those out-of-state, out-of-city addresses that are actually a lender. So it would mean not just looking at whose tax mailing address is in Iowa or Florida, but then looking carefully at what was that, who is that, and what's the name there, and making sure it's not a bank or a lender or mortgage company.
Cordova,
but that
California
could be done.
is a servicing center.
Right, but that's true. You know, even though I did a lot of work, I'm aware that I could do more work,
Right.
and maybe I should.
No,
So,
and thank you. Yeah, I understand Elgin, Illinois, and Cordova,
Yeah.
California service like 90% of all mortgages in America. So those tax mailing addresses are actually just escrow accounts. My last question through the chair then. So I've always used a 60-40 rule of thumb that you want to keep a neighborhood at 60% owner occupancy. When a neighborhood dips below 60% owner occupancy, you run into the problem where future owner occupants view the neighborhood as too rental, as too transient, and don't have the same interest in purchasing long term. Through your research, have you come across any sort of indicators for neighborhoods that do transform from high investor, like the Tremonts and the Ohio Cities, or do they stay high investor versus the neighborhoods that are considered long-time residential owner occupancy, the Lee Harvards and the West Parks, and the change in percentage in those areas?
And you're referring to research that I might have done looking at other states and cities as well? Yeah, and I have to admit, no, I'll tell you who a great person to ask would be is Alan Malik, who I referenced in here.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Alan Malik is a senior fellow with the Center for Community Progress. He's also been with the Brookings Institution. He's one of the leading people in the country when it comes to housing research. And I could call him and say, you know, point me to any studies. I'd be happy to share with you any that I come up with.
Yeah. I just asked because I use 60-40 in Old Brooklyn as the tipping point, and the neighborhood that's got 40% rentals is the neighborhood that's most likely to tip in that sort of, you know, wrong direction. And I saw it a lot in the stockyards when I was up there for years. I saw the investor rate goes up to 50, 60, 70%, and it really depresses the owner occupancy market.
You know, separate from, and the 60-40 might be a good benchmark, but what's interesting from the research I've presented is that it does seem there's a trend that is moving in the wrong direction. Whether it's 60-40 or 70-30, pretty much all across the county and very specifically in the city of Cleveland, you've got this decline of homeownership. That's not a good trend.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Ford, who everyone loves you? I can't hear you, and I want to hear you.
I'm sorry that I wasn't up close enough.
Appreciate it.
And I was warned about this by your staff.
Thank you.
So I gotta get it right here.
I hear you good now.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I had one more, but it escapes my mind, so I'll bring it up later.
Councilman Charlie Slife.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you just, on another question on how you gathered the data, can you just explain a little bit how you determined a home was vacant, and is it vacant versus vacant and abandoned?
Right.
And I think that there's a lot of like the houses that are in probate and things like that that may not be occupied but are not really the target of a lot of these analyses. I'm trying to understand how you came to these data on what properties are vacant.
And the bar chart on page 13, and then the table on 15, this was based on U.S. postal vacancy data that's housed at Case Western Reserve University. I didn't use the survey for that, and there's a reason why. Let me back up and say that probably there is no perfect data source for vacancy. The U.S. postal data is probably not perfect, but a limitation of the door-to-door survey, any of the surveys that are done, is when somebody's on the sidewalk, it's sort of hard to make the determination. And from my analysis of past surveys, when I was an employee at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, what I observed was that a surveyor on the sidewalk in front of an East Side home was more likely to say, wow, that's in bad condition. It's got to be vacant. If they were on the West Side, and these were homes that the postal data said might be occupied. Conversely, on the West Side, surveyor would look at a house and say, yeah, it's in pretty good condition, but the postal data would say it's been vacant for some time. So that's just a starting point. For this, I used the postal data. If I understand correctly, the way it works is that the postal carriers report a property vacant, but it doesn't get into the data system until it's been reported continuously for, I think, 6 weeks, if not longer. So yes, you're right. There could be, it's possible that somebody's on vacation. It's possible that somebody's in the hospital. So there's some percent of that could be captured here.
Sure. Thank you. And I guess I suppose I'm interested in kind of the intersection of long-term vacancies against the property condition. I mean, there's a house right around the corner from me that the neighbors have been taking care of. The resident passed away a couple years ago. Like, I think that there are houses that don't really fit the spirit of what we're trying to get through here. So I just want to make sure that we're not unnecessarily or unintentionally inflating numbers. I guess the other question is, and maybe this is a larger question for more the department as we get into that, so I'll defer to you, Chairman, but I do hear from, I guess, who we would call the good guys and concerns that fears about increased costs, just the administrative burden of owning 1 or 2 rentals in the city of Cleveland disincentivizes people from could disincentivize people from being good renters, and if the buyers are the bad actor institutions, to what degree people are nervous that this could kind of exacerbate a problem. Whether or not you agree with that, I am interested in how this entire process has engaged some of the quote-unquote good actors, the people who own 2 or 3 houses, and because in a city like Cleveland where we've all rented at some point. We need good landlords. I want to find a way to incentivize landlords. So I'm interested holistically in understanding there's a lot of stick here, but what have the carrots been?
And I can only really speak for the research I did. That I didn't interview people for the research of any type, big investor, small investor. So I'm going to punt to the director to address your question. Because I did not speak to any investors of any size. This was all from data.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you'd prefer, Chair, that if you want to wait for that answer after the department's presentation, then maybe that makes more sense.
I was going to recommend
sequentially.
probably once the director gets into the presentation, that question will probably be better suited for the director and her team. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Thank you for your
Chairman,
presentation.
I have a question.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Ford, thank you so much for your presentation here this morning and the thoroughness by which you have brought this presentation before Cleveland City Council. It is a subject matter which I've talked about for quite some time. the need to change the conditions and its profound impact in destroying the east side of the city of Cleveland, and one of the reasons why we have population loss. And, you know, you made the presentation this morning. Can you give us, is there any way we can reverse these situations that are impacting the east side of the city of Cleveland as relates to our distressed properties?
Well, I guess it does go to the core of the message that I'm presenting in this presentation, that I think it comes down to, for the bad actors and the ones who are causing a problem, holding them accountable and being more aggressive about that. People that have a property that's been continuously vacant for 36 months and they're an investor. There might be some reason why a well-intentioned homeowner's property is vacant for 3 years, maybe. But in this case, I was looking at people that were a business owner or an individual that owned something for a owned more than 10 properties. You know, to me, it just comes down to greater accountability. And I know we could debate this question, are the tools already here in the ordinances? But I tend to think that if the Building and Housing Department and law are joining together, first time I've ever seen them do this, and saying, we want to be aggressive, give us some additional tools, I'd say err on the side of going ahead and giving them the tools. You could always take them away, I suppose, in a year. You could vote to take them away. But a simple answer really is, what do you do to reverse it? I think you've got to be more aggressive about holding accountable those people that are really doing harm to the city's housing market.
Okay, so then, now the city, we sitting here, we make the decisions here at this table, and we have a housing department. For us, that's the tools that we can use is our housing department. I mean, now, unless there's some other tools that we might be able to use that you might be able to talk about or refer to, what do we need to do here? Because drastically, there's a huge difference here. This is a sea-changing moment, at least for me sitting here at the table, to see the east side of the city of Cleveland so thoroughly devastated with having a continuously vacancy for over 36 months of 2/3 of his property. And then to see the difference of just from 3,000 on the east side to 1,000 on the west side. That's major. So how are we failing so miserably as a city to have some balance here, whereas we won't have such a gulf and such a divide and having, and what I've said here and talked about, two Clevelands, one that has and the ones that have not?
I think the first thing, the starting point is to recognize that the seeds for this were sown 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
The targeting of black communities, and this, you might be saying, well, why is that true? Why did that happen? Why would a bank do that? Why would a mortgage broker do that? And I'd be happy to go into that in more detail if you want me to, but I think there's plenty of evidence out there, lots of research that demonstrates that lenders did target black communities for high-cost, high-interest loans, and that led us down this path. You almost have to consider that that's what caused it. And so the city of Cleveland, to its credit, actually attempted to enact an ordinance to stop predatory lending in the state of Ohio, prevented us from doing that. So and the answer to what could we do now is, to me, I'm just going to come back to, there are people, investors who are taking advantage of these conditions. The low home sale prices, they can buy a home, they can pay cash for a home for $30,000, $40,000 on the east side of Cleveland. And they're out competing home buyers who could get that as an affordable home ownership opportunity. There are just so many things for me that come back to holding people accountable and not letting them perpetuate the business practices that take advantage of this unfortunate situation. You know, if we could go back in time, we would wish that the state of Ohio had allowed the city of Cleveland to enact a predatory lending law that would have prevented a great deal of this. So the city, you were thinking about it, you wanted to do it, the state of Ohio wouldn't let you.
So that's on the legislative side here in the city. So how do we, in terms of our house, because there's tools that we do have here in the city, how do we better have an impact in our building and housing department and our legal department?
Well, if you'd asked me that question 2 years ago, I'd say, this will get me in trouble, you need a more aggressive approach from the law department. That would be number one. And so you've got a law director who now wants to do something. When he said to me, I would rather take a risk and do something rather than fail to do something, that's not what we heard for the last 15, 20 years from the law department. So you've got a new law director who is really wants to take a whole new approach. And of course, he hired Dave Roberts from the Housing Court, who's now working in lockstep with Director Martin O'Toole. I think the two of them together, I may not be giving you the best answer, but yes.
If I may interrupt, I think that a lot of the questions that Councilman Jones, I think that you have, will come to light with the director's presentation of the whole package, right? And, appreciate Mr. Ford's presentation of the data. That's what he is, as an academic. But there's many tools that we have developed and spent a great deal of time, and the director will get into that, based on conversations we had at budget hearings in 2022-23 about the need for changes in our legislation. We were all at this table and had that conversation. And this is the fruit of that. So I think a lot of these tools and changes will come forth in the director's presentation to show what the holistic path, because while vacant property is the hot topic, this is a holistic package of giving the department the tools needed.
Well, I definitely, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the distinguished gentleman, but my questions are geared toward Mr. Ford. And once I've had the opportunity to hear what the director has to state, I'll have a line of questions for her. But we have a problem, Mr. Chairman, that I've had to talk about here at this table and have been talking about for quite some time, so I'm appreciative to the distinguished gentleman's comments. But Mr. Ford is unique. He's not here at the table every day. I got a property in my neighborhood, Mr. Chairman, that has been down and out, roof falling down for the last 40 years, and this city has failed to do anything about it. So that now that I have the pleasure of biting off the fruit of asking questions to Mr. Ford, I'm going to ask him the questions. Now, he didn't say what I've been saying here at this table. We've been put back 60 years in our neighborhood, if not 120 years, in the African-American community. I have never seen the nonsense that I'm seeing in my neighborhood. And so at the end of the day, those who are sitting at this table, those who have been in the law department for quite some time, even some who are ancient in the law department, hasn't done anything to deal with this building in my neighborhood. And this is not just one, it's several issues. So I appreciate the distinguished gentleman, but I am tipped off the highest tistivity. I'm probably, if I had enough black people who were black men like me, angry, sitting here at this table, having to deal with this stuff in and day out, and getting a whole bunch of excuses and a whole bunch of garbage, then I can understand, but I'm frustrated. So Mr. Ford, how can we improve our building and housing department? I know you've been working with our distinguished director here. How can we change these conditions? We can't sit here for another 5, 10, 15, 20 years under these same conditions.
You absolutely
Mr. Ford,
should
let
not.
me jump in here real quick. Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones. But I want to remind everybody, all questions and answers go through the
I'm
chair. This is
sorry.
not a free-flowing discussion, all
My
right?
apologies.
So that's from both ends. So those who are coming up soon, and so those who are now. So just make sure, as a reminder.
Thank you, Mr.
All right?
Chairman.
And you got 2 minutes. We're going to wrap this up to move on to the ordinance. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Please,
Ford.
Mr. Ford.
To the chair, to the councilman through the chair. I'm afraid, I feel bad about if I'm repeating myself much, but to me, if you have two new directors, Director of Building and Housing, and Director of Law, who are asking for additional tools. And they seem passionate about this, which is unique. Well, no, it's not totally unique, but from the law department it might be. And the fact that they're working so closely together is very unique. I think, I guess I'm just saying, give them the tools that they're asking for and give them a chance. I don't disagree with anything that you said. And I'll just quickly say that Tom referred to me as an academic. I suppose I should be pleased by that. But I will say my experience with vacant property isn't just studying the data. Over the last 15 years, I have personally looked at least 500 vacant properties. When I worked at Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, then at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. And when I say looked at, I don't mean I drove by and I wasn't on the sidewalk. I'll admit, I was trespassing. I went around the back because that's the only way you can find out what's happening. And I went inside many of them. And I've talked to neighbors. And the neighbors I've talked to would say the kind of things that you said. And that's, maybe it's good that I have some data experience, but I've also been out on the street and talked to people. And I understand the passion that you're referring to.
Mr. Chairman, I understand we have a long session here, so I just want to thank the distinguished gentleman for the work that he's done, for going on these properties, taking an assessment, having hands down, dealing with legal departments, not only here in the city of Cleveland, but I've heard about your work far-reaching. I wish we could hire you in and get a team of whip-ass people to get out here and deal with the vacancy and the destruction that has happened on the east side of the city of Cleveland. It is horrible that this city has allowed for that to happen. It is horrible that it's lopsided in such a way. And we are absolutely swamped in all sorts of issues because of it. And so, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Ford and to your team and to those you work with, this council person in my neighborhood really appreciate the work, your presentation you made here. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to passing off on everything that this new director has so that we can have the tools to deal with that building whose roof has collapsed and a set of buildings next to it that has collapsed, and I've still yet to have a report on it. We can go around and talk about signage up on properties and have our inspectors go out and beat left and right about sign and billboards and other kind of signage, but I don't see them doing the same thing about properties like this that have been distressed. And I would endeavor to say, Mr. Chairman, that this is and has been a situation in my neighborhood for probably well over 50 years. That same property. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones. We hear you loud and clear, and I'm sure the Building and Housing Department hear you loud and clear. We thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Ford. All right, thank you. We're going to turn over to the presentation by Director Sally Martin. As a staff get it loaded up. So Building and Housing, Mr. Vanover and Director, this building that Mr. Jones has an issue with, we're going to get that taken care of, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
You know which building it is?
But we're going to make sure that you get the address to her, all right?
I know you will.
Okay.
Through the chair.
One on Fairfax, too.
All right, Director, go ahead.
Now, hold on, Mr. Chairman, can I just say that Fairfax Avenue is killing me right now. And I've asked about getting that house taken care of, and they continue to pile the tires in, and they've moved one load and they're back again. These neighbors are up in arms. We need to do something about Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Director Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed council members, it's great to be here today. And we're very proud to present the residents' first legislative package. These code changes, these proposed code changes come after a very exhaustive process of working for more than 6 months with internal folks, external stakeholders, others. Not mentioned here, but should be noted, Ayanna Blue Donald, contributed greatly to this, as did Hazel Remish from Enterprise Community Partners, Abby Henry, Kate Warren, Stephanie Melnick, Jeff Epstein, Taylor DePlacido, Tony Jones, who's sitting out here today, as well as Chair Hairston, Council President Griffin, and Joe Tytran. This has been an exercise in collaboration like no other. And I think what we've done here is distill best practices that are national, as well as adopting many of the changes proposed and recommendations proposed in the VAPAC Investor Working Group as well. So with great gratitude to everybody who weighed in on this. What this seeks to do essentially is 5 things. Establishing a local agent in charge requirement, and this is to address the issue of investor activity and the role of investors in our housing market. It overhauls the existing rental registry. It creates a new vacant property registry, and it revamps enforcement with new civil tickets. It revises existing city ordinances to create clarity and continuity of enforcement. Why is it needed? Well, the reason we did the property survey is so that we could be data-driven in our work. What we found is a decrease in the amount of A and B graded properties from the 2015 survey, when it was 78%, to 54% in our most recent survey. The C-graded properties rose from 16% to 37%. We have to protect these properties from further decline. That's absolutely imperative. We also know that over half of all vacant structures surveyed in 2023 were graded D or F. On the east side of Cleveland, we know 54% now of 1 to 3 family sales have gone to non-owner occupants in 2021, and 24% on the west side. So those trends are sobering. In addition, this slide in homeownership, especially on the east side, where we've seen a 30.7% decrease in owner occupancy, that is staggering. And that leads to a lot of the disinvestment. And what we're seeing now is investors are opportunistic. They come in, they want to milk the property and not improve it. So, as stated, we looked at national best practices. This year, the Building and Housing Department received scholarships to go to the Center for Community Progress training. We also went to Schema in Memphis. So we've been picking through the best national practices to create this, as well as looking at that investor white paper and basically ticking through all of the recommendations in it and pulling this together. This gives us new tools to address out-of-state investors and create better lead-safe compliance. This is something that's been very hard to do, and we think this is going to put it on hyperspeed. It allows building and housing to pivot toward a more proactive approach to code enforcement, and it modernizes the city's approach to code enforcement and signals to the community that code compliance is an expectation in the city of Cleveland. Local agent in charge is a game-changing idea, and that means that in addition to holding an owner liable for conditions of the property, we will also be holding a local agent liable. Now, we say that with a caveat because we're going to attempt to focus on the owner first. However, when the owner is living in New Zealand, it's very hard to get him into court, and I think that is what frustrates all of you. So we follow our normal code enforcement process. It doesn't yield results because we're not getting people into court. They're not showing up. Nothing's changing. Local agent, making that a requirement that if you live outside of our area, you have to have a local agent is a game-changing proposition. This has been done in some suburban cities, such as South Euclid, and we had great results. We were able to drive out the worst of the worst investors. Overhauling the rental registry, long overdue. So essentially, this is changing fundamentally the rental registry to make all non-owner occupied residential units registered with the city in one way or the other. They have to come to us. They have to provide a local agent in charge if they don't live locally. It eliminates registration loopholes. Also, with larger buildings, 4 or more, we are going to require through this legislative package the certification of HVAC systems annually. So many of you have heard about the no heat calls, the tenants living in buildings with absolutely no heat. And I know our friends from the Moreland Group are here today. They can certainly attest to that firsthand. We had a gentleman die last year of exposure in his unit. That has to change. So also, of course, we have authority to revoke registration for noncompliance. So essentially, the rental registration process will work as follows. Step one, you have to register your unit as a non-owner occupied residential unit, providing your identity, many forms of your identity, and in fact asking for greater forms of identity like your driver's license to be uploaded so we can find you. Identification of a local agent in charge if you don't live in the area. Also, the step two is applying for a certificate approving rental occupancy. So you can register it, but then you have to have several other things checked off in order to rent in good standing. And that is the correction of any lead hazard control orders. The HVAC, as stated before, if you're in a 4 or greater unit building, to have that examined by a licensed professional and certified as good operation. Lead safe certificate. All rental units now need a lead safe certificate. This needs to be an immediate requirement of registering your rental. We can't have you believe that you have successfully registered your unit without having your lead safe certificate. Also, what we often find too is with larger units, 4 and above, if the landlord is responsible for paying some of those utilities, like the water bill, we want to know they're current. We want to know they're not in arrears, and then the tenants are the ones that pay for that. So they also need to be up to date on property taxes. So they either need to be on a payment plan or current with property taxes. This again was done in other cities to great effect. Also compliance with any notices of violation. So you can't have that torn up house as a registered rental in the city of Cleveland, and we don't even want to imply that that's okay. That is no longer acceptable. So vacant property registration. The way this works, in quite a similar way and somewhat to the new rental registration, that if you live outside the area and you own vacant property, you need to have a local agent in charge identified, just as before. Registration requires an inspection of the property by building and housing for code violations. We're talking about residential vacant properties with an inspection requirement. Following transfer of a residential vacant property, the new owner is to complete repairs within 6 months, but we will work with people for extensions informally if they're making progress on the renovations. They pull permits, they're making progress. For vacant non-residential, which would be commercial industrial properties, we're requiring a $5,000 to $15,000 cash bond upon registration. There's an exemption from that if the property has no code violations or board ups and the property is under active repair. The way the flow chart for the way vacant building would work is, you would submit a vacant building registration annually until the property is not vacant. Again, just as with rental, requires the owner's identification of a local agent in charge. Also requires basic upkeep. The roof, no graffiti, kept weather tight. So many of you have seen the ones with caved in roofs. That would not be acceptable. A city inspection for residential would be required before sale. So again, it works like a point of sale for residential vacant properties. So we know right now in the city of Cleveland, we have about 9,600 vacant properties. So residential vacant properties, 1 to 3 families, about 6,800 units. Every year, we know that about somewhere between 1,400 and 1,800 of those transfer every year. So we would need to inspect those within a year prior to sale. So again, with commercial, industrial, residential, or non-residential buildings, no bond would be needed if there's no code violations, no board ups, and no valid complaints over the past 3 years. So it's in decent shape. Or it's under active repair. They've pulled permits, they're renovating it. Otherwise, there would be a cash bond if it's under 10,000 square feet of $5,000 and $15,000 if it's over 10,000 square feet. So if we look at Alan Malick's research, and I know that Frank touched on that before, we see that more than half of Cleveland census tracts are hyper-vacant, meaning that there's more than 20% of the building stock in the tract are vacant. And we see this very acutely on the east side of Cleveland. And that erodes communities, it destroys property values, and it leads to crime. And you've all seen it, and we've all talked about it. So when investors are allowed to let properties languish, it robs communities and residents of generational wealth. And it's absolutely the most clear disparity we've ever seen is down the west and east side of Cleveland. Yes. So why are vacant property inspections important? Well, interior and exterior city inspections document the property condition and put owners on notice of corrections needed to obtain full code compliance. It prevents cosmetic cover-ups of serious defects that harm residents and undermine property values. Having enforced a similar ordinance since 2010, I can attest to seeing this firsthand, and also having the feeling that without this, you're just rolling out the red carpet to every bottom-feeding flipper and speculator. Civil tickets. This is an absolutely game-changing proposition. This was created by our law department. They said, why not model the process utilized by Public Works to address trash cans? That's an idea, right? It's great. So what it allows us to do is issue a $200 fine per infraction, which would be assessed to the property tax duplicate if unpaid. And we're incorporating codes to be included in that from building, housing, zoning, fire, health, and other. So owners with hardships can appeal these tickets within 30 days. So we actually will create an off-ramp to code enforcement. So if somebody is indigent, if somebody has a special circumstance, maybe somebody had a stroke and they were in the hospital and this problem cropped up on the property, we have a good appeal process for it. But if you're a underhanded investor and you don't want to remove all those tires from the front of your property, every day we can start ticketing you, and I think this is going to be a big change. Right now we use minor misdemeanor criminal tickets. We have to get people in court. It's a struggle.
Director?
Yes.
Before you move on, just can you dive a little bit more into the codes included, the zoning, fire, health, and others?
Yes, this, Chair, this slide shows some of the items here, and then of course in your narrative of your ordinance, it'll go deeper. But so here's an example that we see all the time. So if fire goes out to a multi-unit apartment building and the fire suppression system is faulting, the only thing they can currently do is issue a citation, and then that would lead to court. Well, meanwhile, the fire suppression system is faulting. It's a very dangerous situation. We could vacate that building if it was bad enough, but if we start hitting them with daily tickets, we believe this would be an immediate path. The landlord gets hit in the pocket, and the landlord feels an urgency to make a correction. So this is a small example, but lead safe is another one. So currently, we're issuing minor misdemeanor tickets for lead safe noncompliance. Well, again, this leads to a court process. If somebody's out of town, it's very hard. If we start hitting them with tickets for noncompliance with lead safe, that's going to create an extreme sense of urgency.
And Director, can you just clarify whether this does away with the minor misdemeanor violation notices, but this is in addition to, correct?
Mr. Chairman, this is in addition to. So this is another tool in the toolbox. So one of the things we're very busy doing in building and housing is creating a training program for code enforcement staff to talk about which tool to deploy when. So this is another tool in the toolbox that would be deployed, strategically as needed.
On the point.
It's in addition to.
On the point, Mr. Chairman.
Very briefly, Councilman.
Can you describe the process we have right now and why it's inefficient, or is it inefficient?
Through the chair to the councilman, it's inefficient because often you cannot get defendants to come to court. That's why it's inefficient. So you might wait for months for that to come up on the docket. You might go to housing court and they don't show. And certainly Chief Roberts could speak to that even more passionately.
And so this process, Mr. Chairman, on the point, because you have two other, you can give a violation and then you can give a notice, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, the process is typically we either issue a violation notice or we can issue a minor misdemeanor ticket, and that's a criminal ticket. So both of those processes lead to the housing court. Civil tickets would not ever lead to the housing court. It would lead to your house being liened for the cost of those tickets. So if you had a truly troublesome property and you continue to hit it with the tickets, we could potentially get control of that through tax foreclosure.
Thank you, Director. Go ahead.
Okay, so certificate of disclosure, these are substantive changes. So currently, when you transfer a property in the city of Cleveland that's 1 to 4 units, you're required to get a certificate of disclosure, which means that your code violations are noted on this form and then given to your buyer. And your buyer has to sign off, you're aware of this stuff, which is really great. This law never applied to 5 units and above. It only applied to 1 to 4 units. 5 units and above was always statement of authorized use, which was essentially our way, and similarly, they would have to pay for this, but they would get a statement telling them what the legal use of their property was. It didn't contain code violations, it didn't have more information, and those were never prosecuted. We prosecute people who do not get a certificate of disclosure on 1 to 4 unit transfers. This would merge it into one process, make it all certificate of disclosure, which we believe is going to minimize loopholes. It's going to provide more detail on parcel transfers and allow for more aggressive prosecution of negligent landlords. So we've also found that there's a gap in our enforcement with parking garages. And of course, we're talking about the large, concrete, multi-story parking garages that we find in our commercial areas. We have currently on the books a facade ordinance that requires every 5 years, taller buildings have to have their facade inspected by a civil engineer of the owner's choosing. This would do the same thing with parking garages. It would not be us inspecting it. It would require that owner to get an engineering report of the integrity of their parking garage. Now, we all saw what happened in Willoughby. We saw a parking garage collapse. We don't want that happening here. We do have some parking garages in Cleveland that are not in good condition, and we've only been going out and enforcing on those by complaint. So this is a more systematic way to address the condition of parking garages and make sure that they are safe. So we did a lot of housekeeping in this legislative package too. So some of this was put in place originally by Ron O'Leary, who had wished he had done it when he was here, and he suggested it. And Dave Roberts did a lot of drafting on this. But basically updating for consistency, for service of a nuisance notice of violation, providing service at a reasonable address, updating for consistency and making a nuisance violation a first-degree misdemeanor. So taking like the penalty sections and making them all consistent so that it's not this hodgepodge and just completely all over the board, for different violations. It's also clarifying procedures and expectations for inspectors to request a search warrant from a judge, which we believe will simplify the process. Right now, often the packets that we put forward for search warrants to the judge are like 1.5 inches thick. So this is going to help streamline the whole thing. So we believe it's going to make things more efficient. We'll still be, of course, getting search warrants from the judge for cause. That will not change. So that concludes the formal presentation, and all of our experts are here, so certainly happy to answer any questions you have, and thrilled to be here today.
Thank you, Director, for the presentation. We did have an opportunity to send this out to all members prior to today to get a chance to review what was being presented. So I'm sure that members are lined up with questions regarding the presentation, what you all are asking us to do. And before we move on to questions from the council, can we just make sure that you introduce the team that's here with you, and because it's also for folks who are listening as well.
Of course, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. To my left is Thomas Vanover, Chief Building Official. To my right, of course, Austin Davis from the Mayor's Office, and then our wonderful Dave Roberts, our Chief of Code Enforcement Law. And we have Dr. Timothy Kobe sitting in the wings, ready to answer any questions,
I see we Antoinette
along
Allen.
with other staff members, including Karen Dittmer for lead.
Okay. Antoinette Allen is in the back as well.
Tony Allen. Yes, they're all here to answer any questions. So if I can't answer it, we got everybody out in the gallery.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign in for public comment? Yes. You want to get that? He brought his good suit out. Like that cranberry, brother, Mr. President. All right. Thank you. So we're going to now allow, for those who signed a public comment, we're going to give you 2 minutes to come up to the table on the end here next to Mr. Roberts to make any comments, share the information that you would like us to know. This is not a question and answer. This is for you to share any comments or concerns that you may have that we will take into consideration as we make our decisions regarding Residents First. First, we have Meg Weingart. Meg, come on up, right here, next to Mr. Roberts. Please, the microphone is on. Please pull it up to you. And my vice chair will keep time for your 2 minutes. All right?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Meg Weingart, speaking on behalf of the Morelands Group, whose goal is to preserve, protect, and advocate for the 2,000 units of apartment buildings around Shaker Square. We see firsthand the problems with the current system. We like Residents First for 4 main reasons: local agent in charge, giving building and housing the tools to enforce immediate repairs. The daily fines seem fabulous for health and safety issues, and fast-tracking the enforcement in the Cleveland municipal courts. We implore you to enact this legislation before our community becomes a wasteland. Right now, at this moment, we've got 19 apartment buildings. We know the owners trying to sell immediately, and we need the city to have these tools now.
Thank you, Meg, for your comments. Zach Burkins, come on up. Just state your name before you for your comments.
Zachary Burkons.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. My question is this: I'm fully in support of this Residents First issue, especially as it pertains to the lead exams. But how is this going to happen when there's only 7 active inspectors? Right now, 7 inspectors do more than 50% of the volume. The top 2 of those doing 50% of those 7 inspectors. Literally, if I worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we couldn't keep up with this. How is that going to change? But I generally do support this, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Great question. I know that's the question the director is ready to respond to. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Councilman. We got it. Thank you. Thank you to the 2 folks. Was there anyone who did not get a chance to sign in who may be here? Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Give everyone an opportunity who has something to say. All right, thank you. Thank you for those who signed in for public comment. Now we're going to go back to the members of council and have any questions from the committee or members of council. Councilman McCormack.
Mr. Chairman, can you put me down wherever you have me?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate this extensive report, and Mr. Ford as well. Mr. Chairman, I remember the first time that you showed us that data years ago about the intentionality of the discrimination, racial discrimination on lending and prime versus subprime mortgages in the city of Cleveland. It's one of those data points that so clearly demonstrates how systemic racism can impact our community, has impacted and continues to impact our community. So I want to thank you for that data, Case Western's data as well. It's really, it's frightening, and I think it puts the data behind what many of us see and live throughout the city of Cleveland, so I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak in support of this legislation. And as we do in City Council, we think in stories, and the reason we think in stories is because real people call our office every day and talk about real issues on the ground. And I'm dealing with one, and the director is well aware of this one I'm dealing with in Tremont, that I've had a burnt-out house sitting there for 3 years now. And the city is trying to go after this individual who does not care, does not live in our community, could care less about the residents that live next to this burnt-out house and have been suffering. And as folks may or may not know the neighborhood, in Tremont, the houses are close to each other. They're not big yards separating them, and that leads to beautiful walkable and, historic nature of the neighborhood. But that also means, Mr. Chairman, that this burnt-out house is feet from the neighbor, and the city has been working to go after this individual, and it's changed hands, and they've sold it, and they've done all the tricks in the trade to prevent the city from being able to effectively go after this house. And so, Mr. Chairman, when I think about putting additional tools, specifically the civil fines in this piece of legislation, to me, I can see the opportunity for real impact in the community I represent, as well as throughout the city of Cleveland, when it comes to the other things, the agent, other elements as well. But when it comes to dealing with these types of situations, and every one of us on this council has gotten many phone calls from the property next door of an individual that has been sitting, has been vacant, is dilapidated, or from the person living in it, quite frankly, that the out-of-town landlord is not keeping up with it. These are our residents. These are beloved community members who should not have to deal with this. I'm gonna save the word I want to put in there because it's not appropriate for this table. But it is what it is. And I appreciate the director and, our law department looking at different ways to tackle this. Mr. Ford eloquently said it, but there is, I think, a desire to pivot and a desire to get more aggressive. And while I understand, Mr. Chairman, not wanting to go after a grandmother or someone who's ill, and I get that, we cannot blanket that excuse for allowing our entire housing stock to deteriorate. So, and I do appreciate, Chair, what the director said around an off-ramp for folks that are genuinely, trying or incapacitated or otherwise unable to work on those issues. And Chair, as you know, for the record, the city's always taken that approach, right? Whether it's code enforcement or otherwise, if someone is trying or they're unable, and we link them to resources and otherwise. So that's not a new approach. But again, Chair, I just wanted to speak in favor of this ordinance, and I know that there are details that we will go through, but we need to add tools to the tool chest. I really like the local agent piece. I really like the civil piece to this as well, and I think that that's going to go a long way to the residents. In this one example, and I've got a lot of others I could talk about, but this one's front of mind because those residents have been emailing me this week, and the director's been on them, so she's getting all those emails. But truly, I hope that this brings more accountability and a higher quality of life throughout our neighborhoods, and that we're going to be able to deploy these tools to go after folks that do not care about our city. Sure. And I'm sorry, I usually try not to, Mr. Chairman, put people's intentions on the line, but if it's been 3 years and you have skipped every court date, and you have transferred in and out to different people's names, you're not trying. You don't care. You don't. You don't care about our neighborhoods. You don't care about our residents. You don't care about our city. You don't. And I know that that's not everybody. I know that there are good people out there that are trying hard to take care of their properties. But for the folks that are not, I really hope, Mr. Chairman, that these are tools that can help hold them accountable. And then really, hopefully, we'll be able to meaningfully start to address the systemic racism that we've seen in our housing policies for many, many, many years. We continue to see, quite frankly. That my council member in the yellow tie at the end of the table can talk about his firsthand experience with that as well, that he does on a regular basis. So, Chair, again, appreciate you having this hearing today. I know there will be a lot of questions. I've reviewed the policy myself, but I want to speak in support of adding these tools to address these chronic issues that we see in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCormack. I don't think your colleague in the yellow tie heard you. He down there focused on those papers. With that head shining. I see you. Now, he picked with us, so I got to pick with him, all right? All right, just to lighten the mood. Thank you. Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee. My few comments that I have will be, yes, I am in support of this ordinance. I think this is something that is long overdue. but also just from the standpoint of logistics is the accountability and the management of the program. I know a couple members have mentioned, as well as some guest speakers mentioned inspectors. And as I'm looking at this presentation, I just want to know what is our actual plan. Before we get into the plan, but through the chair to director, what is the requirements or the process for somebody to be an inspector in building and housing? Or what you need from that person, what the individual must have in order to be an inspector for your department? To the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, this microphone is so high, I'm going to put it in my lap so I don't have to keep leaning up and craning my neck. As you might be aware, and I think I've spoken to this body about before, with the new ratification of the Local 100 union contract, we added a new classification called property maintenance inspector, which is a beginning level, like an entry level inspector that doesn't require the certifications that our RBIs, our residential building inspectors, have state certification, and our BIs, our building inspectors. So we have, right now, our staff of inspectors is all RBIs or BIs. So we're going to create a new category that we are posting now. We posted it internally already, and now we're externally posting it to attract more of an entry-level boots-on-the-ground person. So CBO Vanover can speak to this more if you want more detail on that in terms of what their qualifications truly are. But I'm very happy to tell you we've just hired 3 new inspectors. We have 5 offers pending, and we had a really great day when the city did their job fair last week. We had about 7 really solid applications, and we haven't even gotten our property maintenance inspector position externally posted yet. And so we feel really, really positive about this, that, you know, we have 18 open inspector positions, and we intend to hire more than that based on, you know, the administration's support of us increasing that headcount. So we feel good about the ability to enforce this. And I don't know if CBO has anything further to add to that. Okay.
Yep, so that is very important because when you're talking about a property maintenance inspector, that would deal with occupied space, such as properties that are working, or what is that through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, property maintenance inspector would only do external inspections, so they would be the ones that would go out and notice that you have peeling paint or that you have high grass and weeds. You know, so they're not going to be going inside buildings. They're not going to be doing technical inspections. They're going to be learning the trade by starting with exterior inspections. So what this would provide is the boots on the ground. So when council or many of you or your staff will reach out to us with concerns, this would be the people who could go and chase a lot of that stuff and cite it and get it on the books. So many people have expressed some disdain. You know, I want to know who my inspector is in my ward, and we would also like to have enough of them out there so there's one person, you know to call, who's going to follow up, will also attend your ward meeting, also go out and talk to your staff, talk to CDCs, be more boots on the ground, which is our goal. We're trying to get away from, all the inspectors doing everything and then really specializing people into complaints, systematic inspection. We really need to get more laser focused about this stuff to make sure we're not dropping balls, which I think many of you have called out to me, that balls get dropped sometimes.
Yep, and I think that is really great. The reason why I'm asking just these questions, I definitely want to reach out a schedule so I can get more in depth of understanding what the inspector's role as well as the vision from building and housing. The reason why I'm asking this question is I have a couple different properties in public housing. One, for example, that I'm dealing with the issue over at Rainbow Terrace with Independent Management Services. Since they've taken over this property, and we remember in 2022, we did a buy sale transfer for that property, I have gotten more calls from residents about how their property is being upkept. They are currently going through a HUD renovation, and the way they are treating the residents in Rainbow Terrace is disheartening. From not being able to, when you're trying to do a maintenance or upgrades while you got people in place, it's always something wrong. They do not have the respect for the residents. They done kicked out the social service group that was there. They just really not treating the residents right. And I get calls every day from residents, and I'm looking like, what can I do? Or what can administration or what can building housing do to help support these residents who are being mistreated? Now, prior to this new management coming over, we didn't have these type of concerns. We didn't have these issues. We didn't have a property manager who thinks she's the queen of all queens, but she ain't Beyonce. So she needs to understand that when you come in our neighborhood, just because some people live in low-income apartments or low-income housing, that don't mean they get treated like anything. That do not mean that there's not a situation where people who understand a little bit more, who have more skill set to tell them that it's okay to reach out to your council person for help, for the manager, property manager to say, no, you can't. Now you don't want the social service agency there. So I know I have some email communications going back and forth, but I need something. Is there a way that building housing can work with HUD to be able to get addresses? Can we get an inspector out there? I have pictures, I have emails, I have everything. And this property manager, they just not really helping the residents. They are treating them unfair, unjust, and they also, I think they are overruling some just living laws. They just breaking laws of how they treating people. You know, I have residents who live in a wheelchair. They don't even think it's okay to shovel enough to make sure this lady can get out by herself. You know, so it's like, now I'm getting calls as if residents want me to come out and do it myself, and I'm like, I don't have the capacity just for me as one individual. So I definitely would love to get inspectors. I would love for us to talk to the ownership, because everyone tries to keep the management like they just in charge of everything, but possibly getting on the ownership. But then also, how can we reach out to HUD, because they're doing a renovation through HUD, and they're not supporting these residents. I've also reached out to Community Relations Board to try to figure out how they can help support, but at the end of the day, we need building and housing to lead this charge. So as this ordinance get passed, and we are hearing about it, one thing that really looks at me, that makes me think from this presentation is when it says inspections will occur every 5 years. That's for the external walkthrough for you to be able to try to cover the entire city? Or is it certain different components that we can say are more aggressive? And what I mean by that is 5 years seems like a while for me. And I don't want to put unrealistic measures out there, but I want to be able to say that, you know, it's similar to traffic laws. When you coming across Ridge and going into Palmer, you're going to do 25. You're going to do 25. You're not doing 35 until you get to the next end close to Ridgewood. But you're going to do 25 because you're going to see the police. They're going to ticket you. When you're coming across Kinsman and you get up Chagrin, you're going to do 25 going into Shaker, because the presence and accountability is there. So from an inspection standpoint, is 5 years going to have that same effect, or is it something that we may need to look in? Just from your point to the chair, just a thought from you to the director.
Through the chair to the councilman, the 5 years is referring to the parking garages, not the rental units. So we intend to do more aggressive.
Yep, and other than that, aside from that, Chairperson, the director and your spectrum team and your department, I just really need help with the issues going on at Rainbow Terrace. I definitely talk to you offline, but anything y'all can do to help support me, that would be greatly, so heavily appreciated. I yield, Chair.
Thank you. And so, Director, just briefly, what is our ability to inspect and impose on properties that are HUD operating controlled, CMHA? What is our legal rights to that, to enforce those?
You want to take that one?
Just push that thing. Yeah,
Or you may want to move close to the director and you can share this
Yeah,
microphone.
either way. Yeah, you can move it. If that doesn't work, yeah.
There we go. I think we got it. Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, property that's owned by CMHA and HUD, they are HUD operated or HUD funded, are separate issues. However, we have the right within the city of Cleveland as a department, as the governing body, we have the right to cite any of them. We can cite CMHA. We can also cite privately held HUD-funded properties. CMHA, it's a little trickier. I am not a lawyer, so I won't get into it, but the process of prosecution and administrative enforcement against CMHA themselves is different. However, every property that's privately owned, regardless of who funds them, are required to follow the rules and the requirements, and we have multiple properties that are HUD funded that we have cited, that we have prosecuted because they're privately owned. And there's oftentimes that same communication with HUD during a renovation or during just during their licensing, where we have reached out and informed the owners or whatever HUD representative is available that this is a violation and this is this is contrary to our local ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So within that, and just on the councilman's point, whenever we've made those inquiries or had those discussions with HUD or the representative, have we typically gotten compliance, or has been pushback, or what has been our experience?
Our experience has been, HUD has their function, and they have their responsibilities, and they have a job to do in disbursement. However, during renovations, one of the things that are required, and ongoing maintenance, one of the things that is required for most HUD funding is that they comply. So HUD doesn't necessarily assist in our enforcement. Once it's communicated to them that what they're doing is contrary to the laws, they have conversations with the developers and the owners. So it's not a legal enforcement action from HUD, but it tends to change the point of view when their funding is in peril.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilman, was that it?
That is great, Chair. Thank you, Department. Like I said, we'll talk offline, and so we can get connected so we can take some more action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilman Charlie Slife.
Thank you. A number of questions, and one, I guess, is just a comment to start off with. It may be fair to characterize that the challenge facing the east side is vacancy. The challenge facing the west side is that the west side has become more rentals. I think the most densely populated part of Cleveland is actually Ward 11, which is heavily renter right now. And a lot of my questions are focused more on the rental side than the vacancy side, just because I will concede that dealing with vacant properties is not the challenge that I face at the scale of some of my colleagues. It's not my area of expertise. But I think we all know that the reason that owning a rental in Cleveland is appealing for many of these problematic investors is because you can still get a comparable monthly rent to other cities, so there's a high return on investment, and I only bring that up because I agree with the challenge we are trying to address. I worry that to the degree we have affordable housing problem in Cleveland, our affordable housing is not quality housing. So by doing things to require affordable housing, do we drive up those costs further? What we would ideally want is downward pressure on the market and people not able to charge, $1,400 a month for a two-bedroom home in a Cleveland neighborhood. So I just say that to frame that. That's part of the challenge, but I know that's a big challenge. During the presentation, there was the slide about the $5,000 to $15,000 escrow fee, and I think the slide said that it was only for commercial and industrial, but I want to ask about Section 310607, which is on page 38 of my document, which seems to suggest that would also be required for vacant residential properties. Is that the case, I guess, would be the first question.
To the councilman, I'm pulling up 370601. Can you remind me? I'm sorry.
310607.
3106.
Where's that at, Mr. Chairman?
07.
For point of information? On which document?
The ordinance.
The one that it's somewhere near page 38. That's the one I got off the Legistar.
Through the chair to the council person, that was our initial expectation of introducing an escrow requirement for residential properties. We received the feedback that would have slowed down the market for transferring vacant residential properties, and proffered an amendment to the committee to eliminate that section, among other things.
Okay,
so
so thank you. Am I reading an old version, or has that just amendment not been entered into the record yet?
It may not have been
It's
entered
an
yet.
enormous amendment that we're going to take 9 hours to read at some point?
Yes, go ahead. So we do have the amendment that's on the tablet.
Okay.
We have not gotten into it yet.
Okay.
Everyone has it on their tablets, but it's a very large amendment,
Yeah,
all
okay.
right?
I
So
see
I
it,
would
I
just
see it,
encourage
okay.
you all to take your time to read the amendment.
All right. I apologize for not having the red amendment
No,
as
you're
thoroughly
fine,
coming in.
Councilman, go ahead.
I appreciate that. I will say, just kind of in the spirit of that conversation, probably a large percentage of even A and B rated properties in the city of Cleveland have some minor code violation. So I don't want to, no, in a scenario where the something like chipped paint, adding, I hear from people like you save up money, you're finally ready to buy that first home, and you like saved up $10,000, $15,000, and then you find out about closing costs, and you're like, oh my gosh, I did, so like it's add something on top of that. I know this is not owner occupied, this is for rentals. I'll hold this part of it for discussion on the amendment. What I just don't want to do is exactly that, further make it difficult for the good players to kind of compete in the market where so many bad actors have the wherewithal to kind of overcome an added cost. I wanna ask questions from the mindset of, so presume that I'm a renter and I'm only able to afford $600 a month, so maybe I don't live in the highest quality. It's $600 a month because of deferred maintenance or whatever. Arguably, that individual is the victim of this larger system. And I guess I am interested in understanding suppose the legislation is to pass and a landlord is unable to obtain a certificate of rental occupancy because of code violations, unpaid taxes, unpaid utility bills. What happens to the tenant in that situation? Are they effectively evicted from their home?
Through the chair to the councilperson, no, they are not evicted from their home. This is a financial penalty against the landlord, not a habitation issue for the tenant. So the landlord's going to have issues if they ever try to sell that property because we'll cloud the title with those various infractions you listed. The tenant will hopefully find a better habitable place to live, but ultimately this is not kicking out a tenant. This is a stick against a negligent landlord.
Thank you. Are we worried about it becoming in kind of I know the intention is not to punish the resident. However, the landlord is unwilling to make repairs and over a duration of time that if someone is paying their rent into escrow for, as mandated by the city, at some point this is going to become not a feasible living arrangement. I could see them being pressured to move or something, and I guess have we thought about unintended consequences? Not to say that we shouldn't do it. I'm just trying to put myself in the mindset of someone who is not a party to this dispute directly, but very much affected by it.
No, through the chair to the councilperson, right, this is the residents first package, so I think your mindset is very well taken. We're trying to think of the residents first. We do need a system where every landlord pays their property tax. At the end of the day, that's just an unacceptable outcome. If you're not paying your property taxes, you need to, and we're going to use every tool at our disposal to make sure you're paying your taxes. But with that said, there are rental options in the city. Our hope is that by supporting and empowering residents to be able to understand what they deserve, which is to say a clean, habitable place free of lead violations, with functional HVAC systems, with a water bill that's been paid on time, this will improve the quality of life for those residents. There is always that line between is it better to live in a place that has code violations if they're not dramatic and you will be able to live there, survive there, and it's part of your community? Those are tough scenarios, and that's why we're not focusing on harassing the tenant in any way or the renter in any way. This is purely we'll cloud the title for the landlord and make sure if it's their business if they're making a profit off of keeping people in squalid conditions, we're going to be taking that profit from them. That's our focus. The the tenant will support, but the focus is the landlord.
Sure, understood. And to the chair, my nightmare scenario, and maybe this is me over extrapolating, is you have an individual who needs, for whatever reason, to live in a geographic area. It's close to work, the kids are in school, things like that, and because of this dispute, their ability to kind of be pushed towards that better option. If that better option is not nearby, then to that point they may feel like we didn't do them a service. We forced them to have to move, change jobs. So I know that's big and complex, but I just, it's been on my mind. The other question I have is related to 36, well, two more questions. 36703, which is the ability to I get a warrant and enter properties. Again, this is the fault of the property owner, not the tenant. What Fourth Amendment concerns were discussed in the design of that section of the ordinance?
Through the chair to the council person, and I'll leave this to Dave Roberts in a moment because he is the one who is the expert on the subject, especially coming from housing court and activated many of these warrants himself. I'll just frame this by saying this is always going through a judge, so that there's always a judge involved, which is largely the Fourth Amendment check, where there's no unannounced, search and seizures by the police. This is the judge is involved in clarifying our legal right to be in any place. So the government's always doing its right thing.
Through the chair to the council person, is that part of the amendment? I want to point out to you that there's an amendment which dramatically changed the changes to the search warrant procedure. I'm a prosecutor, so I think that my inspectors should be able to go everywhere whenever they want, right? So I made it more aggressive in that way. But we have heard back from stakeholders saying, whoa, it sounds like you're just running roughshod, not trying to talk to the occupants, not trying to seek a warrant. So we've done an amendment, indicates there'll be a good faith effort at first to talk to either the occupant or the owner before going for a warrant. But then it clarifies that when you go for a warrant, you shouldn't have to go to the ends of the earth to try to find that owner. We have a lot of vacant properties where, we can try, but we're probably not going to find that owner. They're just in the wind. We may not even know who has title if there's a deceased person. So the amendment clarifies the effort to talk to the occupants to try to find the owner. And then in your answer to your question about the Fourth Amendment, we can't do anything to take away the Fourth Amendment rights that people have. And so we do have to go under the Fourth Amendment for search warrants to Judge Scott. Judge Scott has to evaluate them under Fourth Amendment jurisprudence and decide if we qualify for it or not.
Okay. My final question is something where we can actually zoom out a little bit and speak about building and housing just generally, but it relates to the 310607, the abating violations, which I know that there's amendments about this too. But I am of the opinion that there are some property owners who are happy to allow Cleveland to cut the grass and pay the bill, who are happy to allow Cleveland to demolish the property and they'll pay the bill. Almost a feeling that it can be done at a bargain if it's done by the city, because the city has charged historically, I believe, the cost of the service, but not much of an administrative fee. So I guess now my antenna are up that if we are going to be more aggressive about addressing violations, do we fall into this deeper cycle? And it's worth pointing out that while we do invoice out or we put on the tax certificate, we don't always recover those costs. But even when we do recover those costs, that's working capital that the city is putting towards this instead of somewhere else. So I am curious about just a department level policy about what surcharges we add when we are correcting violations as the city, and are we prohibited by essentially charging fees to the extent that it would compel private property owners to do them themselves and remove any incentive for them to allow the city to handle it?
Through the chair to the councilman, what this is proposing, and it wasn't in the slide deck, is basically a 72-hour notice for high grass or overgrowth of vegetation, weeds, that the city would cite at once and then be able to abate throughout the growing season if it's out of compliance, which in Cleveland is over 8 inches. This is the process followed by many other communities. The process that we currently use is very confusing to a lot of people. If it's a vacant structure, we do one thing, and if it's an occupied structure, it goes through health, and it's a very complicated minor misdemeanor ticket, has to go to court. Maybe the judge will order the grass to be cut. We believe, having been in a nuisance abatement task force with multiple departments throughout the city for about 1.5 years, that this is a better way to go. It creates much more clarity and it streamlines the process. In terms of the cost to the consumer, I don't know firsthand what we're charging for grass cuts these days. I don't know if Tom knows. Public Works would be able to tell us. I know last year they used a pilot where they were using some outside contractors, which is a great way to go. So essentially, all of your costs, even depreciation of your equipment, all of that can be added up and to create a charge that typically would be higher than you could buy landscaping for. If we're not doing that, we should certainly look at it, because certainly in other communities, you add up, the cost of the tractor, the gas, the manpower, the Ohio PERS for the people, on the tractor, plus an administrative fee. So we certainly would talk to them about that, making sure that's robust enough to be a deterrent. We don't want to be anybody's grass service, but conversely, we also want to be efficient at cutting the grass, right? So it's sort of a basic tenet that nobody should be living next to 3-foot-high grass. It's
That's
not
right.
what we want to live next door to. So this is a way to really, be more efficient and streamlined with it.
Sure. So to the chairman, I can put this concern into writing and send it to you and even the finance department as well. I guess my recollection looking at tax records is maybe like a grass cut is like $250, $300, and I hear the spitball of a demolition of a house was like $10,000 a decade ago. I presume it's north of that. So like if it costs us, let's say $12,000 to demolish a house, can we charge $20,000 for the demolition of the house? And how do we appropriately factor in not just the cost of equipment and labor, but the opportunity cost of those dollars as well? Those are dollars that could have gone to public safety, that could have gone to street resurfacing, that may be collected but may not be collected, but we're essentially having to float our own money to the detriment of other public services. So I think that we should be more upfront about the totality of what those costs are. Did the chief building official have something to add? You looked like you were jumping in. No? All right, so I will put that writing in, or that concern into writing. I just want to make sure that we are not creating an incentive for people to just allow us to take care of their building and health code violations. So, and I don't think that's been the intent, but I seem to have observed it. So.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything else? Anything further, Councilman Slide?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you. President Griffin.
Thank you. Mr. Slifax, one of my questions, so I'll be as brief as possible because I did have concern about the fees and if that might potentially price some people out the market and have an adverse effect on the market. But let me just start by saying this. This is a very ambitious piece of legislation. I really am in favor of many aspects and components of it. A couple of pieces I've been philosophically opposed to for quite some time, but I will take a hard look and listen if that's something that we think we need to go in that direction. But one of the things that I did want to ask, because I did see Mr. Ford's presentation briefly, who did you compare the East Side rental rates with? When you looked at that the East Side are mainly renters, I did want to just see if we can get an answer to that very brief. Like, did we do any comparables? Because it's my understanding that we are also seeing similar rates in Euclid, Maple Heights, and some of these areas. And the reason I'm asking that question is because if we implement this, I'm just trying to understand if it's going to be comparable to some of those other smaller cities that we have. Because Cleveland is like 17 different small cities. And just want to understand, how did you compare these rental rates?
Mr. Ford?
To the councilman, through the chair, I don't recall, council president.
Yes.
Through the chair. Actually, I don't recall that I addressed
You
rental
had something
rates.
about that 20% or something that you said earlier that a
Oh,
majority.
you know,
Yeah.
that might be a different presentation that I did.
Okay.
Well,
Don't worry about
reduction
it.
of home ownership?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
That came from U.S. Census data from 2000, 2010, and 2021. The 2020 data is not available yet, but the 2021 is an estimate. So I looked at those 3 points in time with census data.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question, but thank you so
Yeah.
much, because my council colleague actually asked a good question about Cleveland has a larger rental market.
But
So I struggle a little bit with this because a suburban model does not always work in an urban market. And it's hard with Cleveland having a patchwork of so many different neighborhoods to apply something broadly if we haven't looked at comparables. Because if you look at me, I would tell you Shaker, like for example, Buckeye Shaker neighborhood is comparable to parts of Cleveland Heights or parts of Maple Heights. And I'm just trying to do those comparisons to see how the housing market has stabilized in some of those areas by implementing some of these tools as compared to the high rental market that we have now.
to the council president through the chair, you know, another presentation that I have looks at the same information, but it includes east inner suburbs, west inner suburbs, and outer. And I could provide that to everybody. So you could see all 5 areas of the county. And the trend is that only in the outer suburbs is there a slight increase in home ownership over this 20-year period. The east inner suburbs and the west inner all have declined. And as I might have said earlier before you came in the room, I think the key point is the trend. The downward trend is what is disturbing. And I could also do this by neighborhood if you wanted me to.
I would like to see that data
Yes,
by
I could do
neighborhoods, but
that.
I think you said the overall trend was down by 30% on
In
the east side
of
something
Cleveland,
like that. And the west side is
about 20, just under 20.
Yeah. So that's kind of my concern. When I look at a community, as the director comes from, South Euclid, who has put these kind of things in place, you have a larger home ownership market. Whereas in the city of Cleveland, I can estimate, I won't say this is accurate, but a home might have flipped multiple times or had multiple owners. And now we're trying to stick the one who's at the end of the trail. This is why my concern about point of sale, that now all of a sudden, Blaine Griffin is the homeowner that's stuck with it now, and now this law is in place, and now I have approximately $40,000 to $50,000 worth of repairs to make. I may just, some people are just going to walk away, and we might have the exact opposite impact on the market than we do if we do that. Just something I want us to think through, because this has a lot of stick, but I want to understand the carrots involved and how we're going to actually improve these neighborhoods. We don't have to answer that. I just wanted to share that concern because I know we're going to have multiple hearings on this, and I'll follow up with Director Martin if we need a case. But I just wanted to ask that question first. The second thing that I did want to ask is that building and housing, thank you, Mr. Ford, building and housing through the chair, building and housing is not an enterprise fund department. And unfortunately, building and housing never has had the money or staffing to actually implement a lot of the things that they need. Are we going to, and what do we need to? Let me say this, because this council has the ability to set the purse strings for what's needed for this to happen. What, and do we have the full staffing need? Because I think you put in here that needs about 19 or so, I think, inspectors, or I'm not sure how many you said. It was a certain amount through the chair. How many staff people are needed for this?
Through the chair to the council president, we anticipate needing maybe an additional 15 over and above what we're trying to backfill, that there are open positions now.
So you're backfilling how many positions now?
So I don't know that you were here through the chair.
No, I wasn't. That's why I need you to
Yes,
speak
so we talked a little bit about this earlier. There's some great news. You know, we finally got the Local 100 contract ratified, which took a lot of time. Actually, it took since I started here, they were working on it, and finally we just wrapped it up. It allowed us to add a classification called Property Maintenance Inspector, which we've just posted. We have a lot of robust interest in that, but over and above, we have hired 3 new inspectors over the past month, and we have 5 pending offers. We also got about 9 very solid resumes from the job fair that just occurred, and we haven't even posted PMI yet. So we believe we'll be able to backfill the 18 open positions for inspectors that we currently have. And we also believe that we should be able to add an additional 15 or so that we believe are needed. We know that Mayor Bibb is very, very supportive of properly staffing this so that we can be successful. We don't intend to fail. So I think with the being armed now with a better union contract with more competitive wages, we were bleeding out staff. We were not competitive. We couldn't raise wages without ratifying a new contract, so that put us in a difficult position. But now we are. So we believe we're in the game, we're competitive, we're attracting new people, we're onboarding new people, and we're ready to do this thing.
And through the chair, I know that the law department and the courts aren't here, but are they prepared to process this so that we don't have bottlenecks?
Through the chair to the council president, Dave Roberts must have just stepped away for a moment. He will tell you he's staffing up. So they're adding 2 more prosecutors. So he's been adding people pretty much every month since he's gotten here. And so he will be fully staffed. He has 3 more to go, and he's more than ready.
Okay.
On the point, Mr. Chairman, if I can, with clarification.
I'd allow that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my distinguished colleague, Mr. President. Just so that I'm clear, you are already back. You need to fill 18 spots, or how many spots are we talking about total with the implementation? I know it's 18 and I heard 19. So what are we talking, total number?
Through the chair to the councilman, currently open positions are 18, but we believe in addition to that, we may need another 15. You know, we're using a lot of discernment right now. So should you pass this legislative package, which we really hope you do, you know, we're parsing out exactly how many we need for each individual unit that we plan to staff. So we're looking at changing the organizational structure of code enforcement to make it more streamlined and more systematic. And we believe somewhere in there is the sweet spot for us. We'll backfill the 18 that we have open that we've been trying and struggling to fill because of our contract was not competitive. Now it is, plus adding the additional.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Chair, and then just closing, I would just tell you I like a lot that's in here, the local agent, the local registration, the registration. I like the parking garage inspection. We know we just seen what happened in Eastlake. Civil tickets, I think, gives us an awesome tool. I just want us to think through point of sale. I really do. I know that this is on only vacant property and that this is not on property that is being transferred to somebody who's occupied, that this is for vacant. I get that, which has made me come a long way, but I just always struggle with that senior who's been living in this property for 50, 60 years and now can't get any value out of it because it's going to be saddled with so much. And I know that everybody's saying that's tough, but I just think that sometimes we need to do some things and put some tools in place, or at least give some reprieve to some of the legacy residents that live in these neighborhoods. I just always am concerned about that a little bit. I know that this is mainly aimed at investors, but I just hope that we don't really inadvertently impact some of the mom and pops. The last question that I have, Mr. Chair, is the final penalty. What if somebody doesn't do any of this? Do we have the tool like the law department is trying to use against 12701 Shaker, where we actually confiscate the property or have the ability to go and retrieve that property? And if we do get in the property business where we start confiscating, you know, a block of properties, then how is the city going to maintain them? Because let's be honest, the city doesn't always maintain and do some of the upkeep and maintenance on the properties that we own. So what is the final penalty, the ultimate penalty if somebody just walks away and doesn't do this?
Through the chair to the council president, these are all valid points. The issue that we're facing is we have almost 10,000 vacant properties, and that represents the largest universe of our DNF properties. Many of these have churned multiple times to multiple owners with no accountability. So if you think of building and housing as, you know, we created this net, and we're trying to catch everything in the net. We have a gaping hole when it comes to vacant properties. They're just pouring through the net. They're just transferring to whomever. So your point is taken about the older person who has the vacant property, say it's been in the family. that person is not going to be on the hook to do $50,000 of repairs. What we're asking for is the ability to inspect that property before it transfers to a new owner, and then holding that new owner accountable to bring that into code compliance within a reasonable period of time. And of course, we will continue to work with people. We've eliminated the escrow requirement, which we agreed with you was a barrier for sure. We also spoke, of course, with Ayanna Donald, and we got some great feedback on this, and we appreciate that. So we believe the way that it's constructed currently, this is workable. You know, no one's going to be putting up a $60,000 escrow like they do in Shaker. They're not putting up an escrow at all. They're just being notified as to what it will take to bring this building into code compliance so it can be safe for someone to live in. And the problem we've had is generations of transferring and watching these further decline to the point where, you know, we have demolished over the past 6 years 3,600 units. That's gone. That stock's gone. That's naturally affordable stock that's gone. So we want a point of intervention sooner in the process so these things don't run into the ground and then we end up expending $40.7 million since 2018 on demo.
40.7.
In closing, Mr. Chair, I would just say I know that you've worked very hard, and thank you to the director. I know that we've had several meetings. I know that we've also met with the realtors, and the realtors and others will be here in subsequent meetings. You did accept some of the recommendations for the amendments. As always, I tell people I try to do most of the work before I get to the table, but I do just really want us to, I've always been troubled about that some people have been advocating for it for years, but most of the people who live in my neighborhood are elderly folks that that I do have concerns that even if they did want to sell their home, they wouldn't be able to sell it. And that's what I've always been a little bit concerned about, because all that equity and all of that stuff that they built over the years could just be gone. And then they wind up having to walk away from the house, don't have a will on the house, and then somebody buys it at sheriff's sale, and it just sits there and litters our neighborhood. So I have a problem with that too, because that story is so prevalent across the city of Cleveland that I just want us to be careful about that.
Director.
Through the chair to the council president, totally valid. I would argue, though, that so much of their generational wealth has been robbed of them anyway, because we haven't gotten control of it.
Okay.
I think it's time to put the hammer down. We've got to control what happens to these vacant properties. Letting it go status quo is just a recipe for more loss of generational wealth on the east side of Cleveland, and that is not okay. So even though South Euclid is a suburb, South Euclid was facing chronic vacancy. In some streets, we had 30% vacancy during the foreclosure crisis. So it may seem all roses over there, but believe me, it was not. We passed a similar ordinance, and South Euclid residents were vehement about no point of sale. They had passed it, and it was voted down on a referendum. So there was not going to be point of sale in South Euclid. We proposed a vacant building type of point of sale that did pass with a lot of consternation from council. Everybody was worried about it. It had a sunset clause on it because there was so much concern. But what ended up happening is that we got 1,000 formerly vacant properties up to full code compliance, and we started to see a lot of trends change. For instance, we started to see more home ownership. We saw an actual decrease in rental properties over that 10 years. So it was working. We had a 62% increase in residential permits from doing that work. So it's scary, and I agree with that. And one of the provisions we put in the amendment was that we would do a report for you 2 years in to show you what the repercussions and the consequences were to neighbors or what the value was. And I think that's important. We can all reevaluate how it goes. And I think it's a scary thought to do this because you're worried about unintended consequences or hurting, residents in the neighborhoods. But I think we're hurting residents to ignore it. And we've done it for too long. We've ignored it for too long, and it's time not to.
Mr. Chair, just in closing, I completely agree and understand about not wanting to do status quo. I will tell you the only reason that I am considering and looking hard at this point of sale is because it's vacant property and not actually occupied property. So that's the one reason I am entertaining that. Thank you once again for and hearing the amendments that myself, I know the chair has been working hard on this. I just want us to always remember, and I know you know this, Director, If you look at 2 census tracts, if you just take Buckeye Shaker and Woodland Hills, that's approximately 20,000 people. That is the entire city of Shaker Heights.
Yes.
And looking at that comparable, you have pockets of that Buckeye Shaker Woodland Hills community where I know we have some of the residents that are here today that are great and they're trying to preserve their housing stock, but then I have certain areas that, and I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not a preservationist, that I need to tear down half a block and start all over again. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. I just want us to make sure that we do look at things, and I hope you didn't give us an idea that they use in South Euclid, but I do like that sunset clause if we have any adverse impacts on this. But thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to engaging this subject.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think she gave, I think the idea was already being considered, so I'll just say that. But we'll thank you for your comments. I mean, the President's right, as we talked about, when you have a senior who's been in their home for quite some time and they may have not been able to do every little thing that they need to, and some of it, I mean, I'm sure we can go to everyone's house and find something that's out of code, right? Will it create, just such a burden on them where they do not be able to take advantage of the equity they've built up for many years, and will that impact them in a negative way? More so, or in addition to, as you mentioned already, they've been robbed of their, equity and other things over the years. So that's definitely something we need to make sure that we remember. But again, this is not taking into account occupied properties that are being transferred. This is strictly vacant properties. However, you have to consider sometime, even with a senior who may live in the home now, may have go to a nursing home. They may go live with a relative because they can't no longer walk up the stairs. And so we need to really, and I hope that you get into, is there a time period that the property will be vacant that you will consider? Or is it you leave on Wednesday and on Friday we're considering this a vacant property, right? If they've moved in with their son or daughter or another relative because they can no longer stay in the property because of maybe health reasons and so forth. So, I know we have other questions, so that may come up, but let's make sure we get back to that. How we determine vacant? Are we putting a threshold? Is there timelines? All the things we have to consider. All things that I've shared with you as well, and others about. Concerns regarding the this point of sale. All right, Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And you.
It's an exciting day. I feel in so many ways, Mr. Chair, like I've spent 5 years trying to get to this day. Believe it or not, this is probably one of the biggest reasons I ran for city council in the first place, and the local agent in charge is, to me, the most important piece of this legislation. I don't want to ramble, but I'm going to ramble. Excuse me. My dad was a landlord growing up. Of course, I get a frog. My dad was a landlord growing up. We owned 3 houses around 7th and 8th Street. We lived up around 27th and 28th Street. And I spent about half the weekends of my childhood in one of those parcels cleaning up this, cleaning up that, mowing grass, patching walls, fixing pipes. It was a constant headache for me as a child, but it was a little nest egg for my dad. He sold them some years ago. But we were also very responsive. One of the gentlemen had a learning disability, and my dad would take him to the grocery store, help him out. America is littered with landlords that do this type of work in our community. People that invest in a couple of houses, they've got an extra property, they're good to their neighbors, they're in the community, they're around the corner. And we need those people to be investors in Cleveland. And we need those Clevelanders, those neighbors of ours that do this, to continue to do this and provide this service. And I think we all anecdotally know the best landlords in our neighborhood are our neighbors. They provide the best service, they provide the most compassionate care, and they provide the best housing sources typically for our neighborhoods. And what I think is so good about these changes to the rental registry is that for those people, absolutely nothing changes. There are no alterations to the way they go about doing their work. If they are a local property owner who's got a couple of houses, the mom and pops as we call them, they are not affected by these changes hardly at all. There's maybe some stuff on service requirements for violation notices that would get to them faster. But the bulk of this work is really focused in on these out-of-state property owners. And I think it's important for us to understand how we got there, because once a home is vacant and we can't find that owner, it's too late. Once we know that the owner's in Idaho and we're never going to get out there and we have no local person to talk to, it's already too late for us to try to do anything useful for that house. But we have to ask ourselves how we ended up with so many out-of-state investors to begin with. We used to say in real estate that all real estate's local, and that's just not true anymore. We have the internet. And the internet replaced the infomercials, which lured some people into property ownership. And the infomercials might have replaced, I don't know, ads in magazines or something. But with the internet now serving as the primary tool for buying and selling and shopping for properties, we have a new problem that's created by local agents, primarily real estate brokers, and I'll get back into their defense in a minute, but primarily real estate brokers who are using the internet to lure out-of-state investors into buying properties in Cleveland. And people do this all across the world, and we have to look at their business model and how to interrupt it, because their pledge to their investors is, you can buy property in Cleveland, I will manage it for you, I will simply get you passive revenue, you'll get a check every month from these properties that will take care of all the work for you, while they know that they have no legal responsibility or liability or responsibility for any of these properties. The property management companies are not responsible for any upkeep or maintenance on any properties they manage. The owner is the only person responsible, and the owner is not often even on this continent. So the local agent in charge legislation that requires that local person to be on the rental registry, that requires that local person to list their name, their address, their phone number, and makes them responsible for the violation notice, is the game changer in this legislation in my head. And I want to shout out to Zach Germanic. He gave us a room down at CSU last summer, the summer before, and we pulled out the whiteboard and the markers and tried to draw this whole problem so that we could get to this point. But I think that we should not overlook the number of people we're going to need and the resources we're going to have to expend in enforcing simply the local agent in charge portion of this, and making sure that those local actors that are bringing in these out-of-state people are actually being held to these standards. So my first question, through the chair to the director, how many people currently work in the rental registration office, and how many do you expect will be needed with this new ordinance?
I'm going to call, through the chair to the councilman, Antoinette Allen up, because she is in charge of that whole area. So we've talked through this extensively. In fact, one of the things that we're really, really hoping you pass this sooner than later is because we have rental renewals in March.
Yes, I know.
And we would love to use the new process for that. So.
And can somebody please turn off that alarm? Who's got, oh, really? Can somebody go tell that truck driver? All right. You on it?
Good afternoon, good morning. Hello, everyone. To the council chair, to the councilman. Currently, we have probably 2.5 individuals that work the rental registration program during off-peak season. Off-peak season is anytime after probably June, because our renewal cycle starts in February. Well, our renewals go out in February, but the renewal cycle starts March 1st, from March 1st to March 31st. So anytime after June, we can have 2.5. However, during peak season, I will have to use probably my entire staff off and on, which can be anywhere between 5 to 7 individuals, including myself, to perform rental registration.
Okay. So through the chair to the director, assistant
Tony.
Assistant director? Tony. With the addition of local agent in charge to the rental registry, do you anticipate that requiring more work hours to enforce?
Most definitely.
Okay.
With the new process overall, with the local agent in charge, because we're going to actually be doing verifying and doing follow-up. So we're going to definitely need more individuals.
God bless you. That is such important work in this. We have to make sure that these people are actually registering, which, and hang on for a second, please. Through the chair, the enforcement of this is probably going to show up in housing court. It's going to show up when somebody goes in to evict somebody. I think we should talk about this because this is like how this is actually going to come together. When a landlord goes in to evict, a property manager who tells their client in Idaho that they have the right to go in and act as their representative in housing court for the eviction. And the judge says, but you're not the local agent in charge. You don't have a registered local agent in charge. Please explain through the chair to the director how the judge will respond to that or what the expectation is when those local agents start showing up. Because they're not going to run out and register right away. They're not going to come expose themselves and say, okay, you got me. I'm XYZ LLC and I run these 50 properties. But when they go to evict, what do we expect the judge's response to them, and how does that interact with the local agent in charge registration office?
David, Ellen, Tony?
Through the chair to the councilman, I have not thought about that. Keep in mind, Judge Scott was very keen to have everybody show their bona fides before they file an eviction. So she wants the ownership. She wants
talk
the
up a little bit.
Okay. She wants the ownership. She wants your good standing if you're an LLC or corporation, and she used to require the lead safe certification.
Mm-hmm.
And the Court of Appeals
Right.
heard a case, and they told her, no, you can't hold up evictions for the lead safe. So here would be my just speculation. For not having the lead safe certification. The Court of Appeals said, look, evictions have to be fast. So this slows them down, and
Yes.
therefore it's not allowed.
So
So they
what's the-
disallowed her from doing it, even though she really wanted to. So I would speculate that she will say, I need to see your local agent in charge bona fides when you file an eviction.
Because it will
But-
be through the chair to the director,
Yeah.
because it'll be part of the rental registration in Cleveland.
Correct.
And failure to be in compliance with the rental registration in Cleveland will cause the judge, or should cause, or could cause the judge to not process that request for eviction.
Correct. Exactly correct.
Okay. And so through the chair then, we're expecting the courts to kick back a healthy amount of work throughout the year. This won't be peak season work. This will be throughout the course of the year as landlords go into evict and find out they can't file their eviction because they don't have a local agent, and here they show up on behalf of an out-of-state investor, and they'll need to have that local agent. So that's really important that we understand that, because once that local agent comes in to register, we're going to make them register for every parcel that they manage, right? That would be the expectation?
That is expectation, yes.
Okay. And then I don't know of a way, Mr. Chair, to backtrack this to the current abandoned properties. I don't know how to deal with that 10,000 number when so many of them have been simply walked away from by the local actors in charge, and we can't get them to register for an abandoned. We're not going to get those bad actors to say, I also, by the way, used to manage that, but I broke up my agreement with that investor when they didn't pay me and I walked away from it. I don't know how we do that. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's only at the point of transfer of the property to the new owner that we are actually able to gather this, or at the point where the housing court judge tells them to turn around and come back. There's only two pinch points to get this information. One is when they transfer the property itself, and then we try to collect that information, and the other is when they go to court and get rejected.
Through the chair to the councilman, I think we've got two things we're talking about here, because you were also requiring a local agent in charge for vacant property. You're talking about rental, and you're talking about what happens when they want to rent and they want to, they need the rental registration and good standing in order to evict someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it puts the stop on them, and
Yeah.
they have to come back to us with that information. And yes, there will be churn of local agents, because the minute a local agent realizes they're going to be on the hot seat because their owner is terrible, he's going to have a hard time
Right.
attracting a local agent.
Correct, as they should.
Yes.
And so through the chair of the director, yeah, you're right. There are two separate things, but we'll come to the vacancy in a second. Just for clarity through the chair to the director, are we making local agents in charge liable for violation notices?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
Good. Good, good, good. This is a sea change. This is really, really important. For years, we've said only that guy in Idaho or New Zealand is actually responsible for financially responsible for the upkeep of the property, and that needs to change. And I'm so grateful that it is.
Councilman, if I could, just before we move on
Yeah.
to Director, has there been any consideration requiring the owners to indemnify the local agent in charge?
To the chair, yes, that is actually part of our amendments. So we are requiring that all local agents in charge be indemnified by the owners. This means that while we will go after whoever's available, let's say it's a local agent in charge, and we're going to, make sure that the property, the disinvestment in the property is appropriately paid for, we're providing a secondary impact in which the local agent in charge can then go and sue the owner. If we're charging the local agent in charge, we're going to be, the local agent in charge can turn around and make sure they are owed by the owner whatever they owe to us. So at the end of the day, it's all flowing back to the owner. I can say this again if it's confusing.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
We're requiring that local agents in charge be indemnified by owners. So while we can go after the owner or the local agent in charge, at the end of the day, if we go after the local agent in charge, we're going to get what we need, but that local agent in charge will then be legally empowered to go after the owner themselves. So that owner, at the end of the day, is still going to be getting hammered, either it's by us or by the local agent that they signed a contract with.
Yeah. To the chair, this is going to get to the conversation that investors and agents have amongst each other about how they handle their property management. I know there's a local broker property management firm. I won't use the name, but they're fantastic. They do a really good job. They're neighborhood people. They've probably got 50, 60, 70 houses they manage. They're wonderful. They're not going to care about this because they have this conversation with their investors, and they do bring some out-of-state investors into the neighborhood, and they're managing properties. But this is probably going to have some really uncomfortable conversations between those agents that are looking to just, shave their 10% every month, and those investors that are not looking to get in trouble from agents that aren't taking care of the properties properly. So hopefully this is going to send there's going to be some reverberations in the community. Through the chair, the state of Ohio has always required out-of-state property owners to have in-state property managers. The whole driving force behind this is when I learned that I sort of like zoned in on this issue. Through the chair to maybe the law director, I don't know, what is the interaction with what potential interaction can there be with housing court on state laws? A broker has a fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interest of their client's financial interests. So the investor, they have to try to help them make money. If they are not managing the property, if they're not doing their job right, they could be costing that person money. And when they go into housing court, do you expect, through the chair to the director, the housing court to have any interaction with state laws and those brokers in Cleveland Housing Court?
Mr. Roberts?
I'm wondering if we can enforce state laws in the Cleveland Housing Court as a result of this that have never been enforced.
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't know.
Sure.
I haven't ever looked at that. In general, once you're in court, all the laws apply. You might not have jurisdiction to have a case brought under that law, but that law still applies. So if the judge has someone in front of her, I don't see why she couldn't raise that issue. If they're on community control, say, she can say, I know about this state law, and I need you to show me that you're complying with it. But you're taxing my knowledge of that.
All right.
If I may.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the council person, there's the additional element in our local agent in charge definition that where if you are a local agent in charge who is a real estate broker, we're requiring that you write down your real estate broker number for us. And so while we won't be enforcing state law directly, we can certainly report any misdeeds to your authorizing body, the state entity. The name escapes me.
And through the chair, I believe that we're using the same state definition of a property manager. So property managers can only be licensed brokers, attorneys, dedicated employees of one company who collects rent only for that one company, or I think manufactured home community people, something like that, trailer park folks. We're using that definition, so the agent in charge is either going to have to be one of those three things, correct? Either a lawyer, a dedicated employee, or a broker.
Through the chair to the councilman, yes. Mostly because you sat at the table with us and
Yeah,
helped us
right.
craft this, and it's such a passion for you, and yes, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
I just also want to point out some great things on the horizon at the state, and Senator Lou Blessing and Senator Antonio working on some more transparency around real estate investors. So we have been working with them directly to weigh
Yeah.
in on that, and I think we're going to see something in this General
Yeah.
Assembly that might give us a little bit of momentum as well.
Yeah, and because what's going on the ground level, Mr. Chair, is that some very unsavory real estate brokers, they've gotten their broker license, are using that license to manipulate out-of-state, out-of-country investors, and they're the ones bringing in some of the worst actors, and there's some of the worst problems in the neighborhood. But they completely escape scrutiny from the state because the state is ill-equipped to enforce their own ethics laws, and cases are never brought against them because we can't create evidence for the pattern of misconduct. And this law could actually change that. So I could see the rest of Ohio actually modeling this. So after beating up on brokers a little bit, let me put on a real estate hat and say that brokers are some wonderful folks, and they do some wonderful work in the neighborhood, and we can't really live without them. We need them for the state real estate property transfer rules and everything. So to the point of sale versus certificate of disclosure conversation, which is sections 3106.04 and 3106.06. There's always been a concern through the chair that when a violation is issued, savvy, unscrupulous investors will flip a property from one LLC to the other because the city will then have to go out there and issue the same violation into the name of the new investor. Through the chair to the director, does this legislative package address that problem?
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm going to lean on Dave Roberts here because I think this is an element of the law.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. So previously, some argued that you had constructive notice if you purchased a property of the violation notice. I think this goes back to when Mr. Ford was saying, I think the law department became conservative about that. So there is a change in the legislation package. What it currently says, the ordinance is particularly if you buy a property with a notice on it, you're expected to comply immediately. You have 10 days to give the director your plan for repair. So you can set your own schedule, and then she has the authority to tell you, no, you're asking for too long, and then change the time. So then we know that notice carries over so that you can't avoid the code violations just by flipping it.
Okay. Through the chair, while casting no blame, because I don't even know who did it, but I have personally witnessed certificates of disclosure that did not include active open violations. I think we've all seen this. We've seen CODs go out without the listings. So through the chair to the director, whoever wants to answer, how are we fixing that problem? How are we ensuring the certificates of disclosure include all open current violations?
To the chair, to the councilman, we are currently including all open violations on the certificate of disclosure because prior to that, for the certificate of disclosure, on the certificate of disclosure, it stated that for 2 years, that for violation notice. If the violation notice was within a 2-year time frame, that we was to only notate that on the certificate of disclosure because 2 years was after 2 years. That's the only time we could enforce within that statutory limitation. However, since then, it's probably been over the last 4 or 5 years, we realized that we needed to go beyond that 2 years, and we needed to send out, if it had any violations, open violations, regardless of when it occurred, we need to notate that and include it in the certificate of disclosure. So we have corrected that.
And through the chair, when a property is transferred to the county, the certificate of disclosure is issued by the city. Is that done by humans, or is it automated and you just go in and pull it off of a off of an application?
To the chairman, to the councilman, when you say a certificate of disclosure by the county, you mean share of sales?
No, I mean when a property is transferred. So property transfers don't happen at the city; they happen at the county. So when property transfers happen at the county, and the county says, "Oh, the certificate of disclosure has to somehow work its way to the parties doing the transfer."
To the council, to the chair, to the councilman, the certificate of disclosure process, when the title company, that's the last process. So when the parties to the transaction, when they're transferring the property, the title company is the one that will submit the certificate of disclosure application for us to complete. Or it could be the owner or the buyer, but it's usually the title company.
For quitclaims. So through the chair, when they do that, do they just go online to a website and pull the COD down from a website, or do they go to a department and a person handles that request?
To the chairman, to the councilman. It can actually be both ways. The application is online, and we encourage them to submit it online, or they can submit it by paper. So it actually comes in both ways, the certificate of disclosure application.
Okay.
But a portion on our staff is the one that actually does the research.
Okay. And through the chair, do we anticipate more people needed in that department? Well, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at through the chair is that if we have struggled to get violation notices on CODs in the past, how are we guaranteeing that they're getting on there now? I guess I'm missing the point at which we fix that problem. You said it was by going further back into history, back in time, but I think we've all seen this a number of times, and I'm worried that the violations still won't make it onto the COD.
Through the chair to the councilman, there have been mistakes for sure. You've pointed them out to me. I'm aware of it. Essentially, we've had one woman doing them.
Okay.
Okay. We know we need additional capacity in that department, so we're contemplating that. We've been talking that over. The other thing that I think we need to call attention to is the fact that Acela is dramatically changing. So instead of sitting on the water department server, it's now in the cloud, and we're modernizing it bit by bit. It keeps moving up iterations in modernity, let's say. You know, it's not what it was. Okay. And so one of the things we've been doing also is working with Acela to make information a little easier to retrieve. So it's true, you know, the woman who does it works very hard and she's fantastic. If she's out and someone else has to do it, you know, is the consistency there? Probably for the most part it is, but yeah, it's hard to dig things out in Acela, as you know, just even in the consumer-facing side. You know, sometimes you miss things. So we're hoping by working with Acela, which we're doing like every week now, we're creating a system that's going to make it a little bit more transparent and easier to pick stuff out. You know, so it doesn't disappear and you have to really dig through the bowels of Acela to get what you need, which is currently true.
Okay.
And just to clarify that to the chair, to the councilman, so you know, there is a human being that does the research. When they locate the violation notice for the certificate of disclosure, they will attach it to the certificate of disclosure and send it to the title company or the requester.
Okay. And so we probably need a few more people to help that one person in that department as well. And then part of this is just building up to the amount of staff that are going to be needed to make this slate of reforms actually work. And we all know that it's going to be more than currently on staff now. So, good. So this comes into the point of sale question. Through the chair to the director, how many new cases is a housing inspector expected to be able to shoulder per month currently? So you tell Inspector A, you've got your current cases you're working on, and you're also expected to handle this many new cases per month. What is the caseload of an inspector?
Take it, man, over.
In a roundabout way.
So, Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the councilman, this is not the answer you want. That's a hard number to come up with of new cases. To the director's point, we're in the process currently of reorganizing the division so that code enforcement inspectors and the new property maintenance inspectors will be inspecting on code enforcement and property maintenance. When we became a department in 2003, there was a decision made that all the inspectors would do permits, they would do rental, they would do condemnations. Each person would do everything. That model we found doesn't work. And so the expectation soon is that we are going to be reorganizing to have professional code enforcers do professional code enforcement, where that information is more readily available. And permit inspectors will be doing permit inspections, and they'll be more specialized, more systematic, and more professional in their approach. So we are currently, as you are aware, a complaint-based, and we receive, multiple complaints, but to actually answer that question of how many new cases an inspector can handle, that's not a number that we can currently publish.
So then let me rephrase it this way then. So let's just do this. We know that there's more demand in the city of Cleveland than our ability to get to. We know there are more problems in the city right now than we are able to get to. Through the chair, is it safe to say that our inspectors are pretty much working at peak capacity as is?
I would say that as the system is currently structured, I would say yes.
Okay. So through the chair to the director, when we tighten up the certificate of disclosure and make all violations transfer, we know anecdotally, just because it's true, that the majority of bad investors are flipping properties quickly amongst each other, and they've already got open violations. So if their flipping of open violations already is going to put more work on those inspectors to go out and follow up. So the title transferred, the inspector's got to go out and make sure that it hasn't been handled yet. You've got 10 days. How many more staff do you think we will need just to address the certificate of disclosures accurately reflecting the number of open violations and holding those transfers to a 10-day window for current open violations without any point of sale inspection?
So, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, those are included in the positions that the director has already identified that we will be backfilling, plus the new ones. Understand, one of the biggest changes to the certificate of disclosure process is to fix flaws that have existed for decades, in that the certificate of disclosure requirement is only for properties sold. So if you don't sell it, if you just flip it from one of your LLCs to another one of your LLCs, there's no certificate of disclosure required.
On a quick claim?
On a quick claim, yes, anything that's not sold. It's not required to get a certificate of disclosure. That's one of the flaws that we're fixing in this piece of legislation. We're also going from a voluntary statement of authorized use process to a mandatory certificate of disclosure. What that allows us, one of the things our reorganization has focused greatly on, is taking non-inspector work off of the inspectors. So identifying transfers and identifying who did what has historically fell in as part of the inspector's workload, when that could much easier and more efficiently be done through somebody with data experience, somebody with administrative experience. So our expectation with this change is we will now be able to run monthly through the counties, to the extent that the county records are accurate. We will be able to run transfers from the county for every transfer. And at that point, we will be able to compare those. This is not inspector work, this is admin work. We'll be able to compare those to those that have violation notices on them, and then compare those to the ones where we received their 10-day what am I going to do plan. All of that, that's not inspector's work, that's computer work,
Right.
That's tech work. And at that point, then it becomes a matter of the inspectors simply citing those that did not comply. And that is an
Right.
administrative, that is a paper violation, in that there's no inspection required for that.
But that citing and that enforcement takes man hours.
It does,
Right.
it does.
And there's going to be a volume, and I think we could anticipate a volume of new work that's going to require man hours. Even if it's more efficient, it's still going to be hours in the day.
That is correct. And we've, with Dr. Kobe and the work that he does as the manager of systematic code enforcement, we've also just brought on a database analyst and a business process analyst. So we have those folks in preparation for that. And there will be a need for more.
Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's anything less than 30 new people needed in the department. And I think some of those are backlogs and some of those are new hires. And I think that the 30 people are absolutely essential. And I know that we talk a lot about walking before you run, but there's not just walking and running. There's also crawling and jogging, and there's other different things in between. And I'm really, really concerned, Mr. Chair, about overloading the department with a point of sale, not only for capacity for the staff to handle the changes that we're sending their way, but also just to get us up to speed on enforcing current violations, properly issuing CODs, holding new owners responsible for the current violations that are already written, getting those property management, those local agents in charge into court. All of this is going to require an enormous effort from the current staff and new people that need to be onboarded to make this all work. I worry a lot about overstressing the staff with a point of sale, even on vacant properties, even on vacant commercial properties. And I worry a lot about throwing water on the market when it does work in our favor. And I'll give you a really good example, Mr. Chairman. I have a terrible motel in Old Brooklyn. It was picked up by an awful outfit, and it's been vacant for years. They flipped it, believe it or not, to an Israeli and Palestinian dude who were working together, and they pulled a permit, and over the course of a year and a half, they've managed to get a new roof on it. That's it. They've not gotten the HVAC. They've not gotten the electrical. They've just got a new roof, but it's back on the market for more money than they bought it for. They're flipping it again. There's no way these guys ever would have been able to get the entire thing up to speed, but they did some investment. It made their business opportunity worthwhile, and they've left that building in somewhat better shape than it was before. And I worry that if we have a point of sale inspection on something like that, they're going to say, I've only got 6 months to fix single thing wrong with this, pull permits and try to get every single thing done, and then sell that liability to the next person. I'm not going to take that risk because I don't know that there is the correct outcome. I don't know if there's a perfect outcome for this scenario. And I worry that we're going to put restrictions on the type of activity that actually does help, especially when we've got so much other important work that needs to be done with this, enforcing open violations as they exist. I don't know if that's a comment, but I'm curious if you have feedback on that, because I think that's my biggest reason for opposing the point of sale isn't the altruism of making sure that vacant properties are kept up to code. It's the actual hours in a day and understanding that the department is staffed by people, and we need more people, but I would like to see them jogging before they run. If we're walking now, then maybe we need to jog before we run.
Through the chair to the councilman, your points are well taken. One of the things we're proposing here, too, is to have a deferred start to the vacant building ordinance for 180 days to help us get our staffing needs together. We've put a lot of thought and effort into contemplating how we would enforce this and enforce it well. We don't want to take something on if we can't do it well, but we believe we can. So we're asking the ability to take that on.
Well,
and your example, though, about the motel is well taken. So they bought a vacant motel. They put a roof on, but they couldn't fix anything else, and now they're flipping it again. So again, what does this do? Doesn't require escrow. They would have had to have known what all the defects were, so we would have, not in this case, we wouldn't have inspected it. It was a commercial building. They're just, essentially for commercial industrial, there's a bond requirement if it's kept vacant, and there's a registration requirement. So there's no point of sale in that hotel, period. There wouldn't be. It's residential.
It's commercial.
Commercial industrial does not get an inspection from building and housing. There's a requirement that they register every year. There's a requirement that they place a cash bond if it's got defects, if it's got violations, if it's been boarded, et cetera. If it's not under active, they wouldn't have had to place the bond because they pulled a permit to do the roof. So if they sold it to somebody else who's just doing nothing with it, that person would have to place the cash bond.
So if the point of sale is not for commercial, through the chair, then
No.
what is it for?
Residential.
Okay, so we're just putting this on the small.
1 to 3.
On the
1 to 3 family residential only.
Okay. And then All right, my apologies then. So then we're back into my guy who does one house per year, and it's a side gig.
Yes.
And he just, that's, his weekends and evenings. I don't want to take up too much more time. Through the chair, the legislation refers a lot to registration fees that should be set by the Board of Control. I think normally those would have to be approved by City Council, and I don't see that language in any reference to Board of Control setting fees through the chair to the director. Why do you think the Board of Control, please explain that or talk a little bit about the Board of Control's role in setting fees and whether or not Cleveland, we should have a say over that?
Through the chair to the council person. Well taken. This was, the language as it's set is setting minimums. So the fees are still here to be voted upon. The intention was to allow future flexibility to make sure our fees are right. To the point that was made earlier about making sure that we are not internalizing too many externalities, that if the city is paying for stuff, we should make sure that we're not subsidizing like grass cutting for negligent landowners, for example. We want to make sure we could adjust the fees later. This is an amendment. We're happy to cross out the Board of Control element and just say it's $200 for a civil ticket and leave it to the typical process. We can vote on new updates to the fees later. It was to provide flexibility later.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I think that we should then just insert language that makes those fees approved by council. They can Board of Control can recommend them, let us know what they should be, but we ought to be able to approve or disapprove them as a body.
Mrs. Thatcher, just make a note of that, please.
Okay. It's in about 4 or 5 different spots. I can point out most of them. To the bond issue, 3106.05. Earlier, we had a conversation about assessing taxes for demolitions on properties when we do have to demolish. Through the chair to the director, how often do we actually collect those taxes for the demolition fees?
Through the chair to the councilman, we also do separate private collection actions through Douglas and Associates on those. So we assess the property, but we also go after those. So we collect a significant amount of dollars per year, somewhere around 5 million maybe back. So
And what percentage of the total amount do you think that is? Do you think that's half, a quarter, 20%,
I
10%?
haven't sat and done the calculation. I could.
Yeah.
Just to see where we are with that. Obviously, the reason that former director, I believe it was O'Leary, decided to do that was because it wasn't so robust. So if a lot of those ended up in tax foreclosure, there was no collecting. And so, of course, his brainchild was to then collect on anybody in that chain of title. And that's been very successful for the city.
Yeah. So, through the chair, the concept of putting the bond down up front works when you are going to the title agency and you're preparing paperwork to transfer the property. Would the title agency be the person required to see that bond? Where does that step into the process?
Through the chair to the councilman. So with the bond, the cash bond, we're talking about a process that is only commercial properties.
Right.
So commercial industrial properties. So this would be required upon registration of their vacant property. So let's say somebody has owned this vacant industrial site for 10 years. Now they're required to register it, and if it's above, 10,000 square feet, they're putting $15,000 cash bond, which the city could use if there was graffiti,
Okay.
if there were tires dumped. It wouldn't be a transactional thing. It would just be, you're registering, we have to hold this bond. So, when you sell it and it moves to different hands, you get your bond back.
Okay, I'm being asked to let go. I'm going to ask again, if I can come back on later, who tells the buyer that they need to pay the bond, and at what point in the process does that happen?
Yes, I do, actually.
You want to come back to it?
No.
No.
Who tells them? The city tells them, because
When?
they're registering their vacant property, okay? We know that your industrial site is vacant. You need to register it,
Okay.
and we require this cash bond. So it's not a sale thing.
So okay. So through the chair, we have to have a conversation about the liar's problem. So we have a liar's dilemma, which is that people just don't tell us the truth, right? And when they come to the city, they say, "Oh, I'm going to live there," and then they don't live there, right? They say, "Oh, this is going to be, my personal home," and they don't live there. They're going to use that liar's problem to avoid all of this, and we have to have a conversation about how we stop that. So I'll pause here. If you can put me back on, we can talk about that later.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I enjoyed the intellectual back and forth on this whole process as relates to what this piece of legislation will mean, how it would have an impact on the citizens that we represent. And I will say this, on the east side of the city of Cleveland, the citizens by which I represent, and the bulk of the majority of them, for years, for decades, for over 20-some years, have had to suffer at a city that, I heard the terminology, maybe we were walking, or we could run, or we could jog, or whatever the case may be. The city of Cleveland has been derelict in its responsibility. And so much to such a degree that I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, that we've been moving slower than a snail, maybe on the micro level, moving as slow as an animal on the micro level. We haven't made no movement since 2001, when I was here the last time sitting here at this table. And at that time I was sitting here at the table, we had a department that was a little bit more better than what we have now. Right now, we've fallen so completely behind, it's absolutely pathetic. And so when you hear me, Mr. Chairman, sit here at the table and you see the frustration and the passion over here, it's because of the simple fact that we've had it. We've had it on the east side. The African-American community, and I've beat this table since I've gotten here in 2018. I've even had some of my colleagues say, oh, why you talk about your neighborhood so bad? And I say to them, because it is. We've had over $200 million worth of demolition on the east side of the city of Cleveland. We have hewed out entire neighborhoods. And it is quite depressing to have young African-American people and generations grow up in a neighborhood of nothingness. And so when I sat at this table and started in 2018, to the deafness of this table on both sides, to fundamentally deal with the issues impacting the neighborhood, the failure of the financial institutions to do anything, and at that time, the failure of the administration to even have a housing plan put in place. And so then what I'm saying here, when I look at this piece of legislation, Mr. Chairman, at least it's getting us going and moving. To have 7 inspectors, really, for the entire city of Cleveland? To have 7 inspectors, how many inspectors do we have, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the chair to the councilman, about 100. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Burkons was talking about the universe of lead inspectors. There are more than that, but there are predominantly 7 lead inspectors privately that work in the city.
How many inspectors do we have inspecting properties, residential properties in the city of Cleveland?
Around 100.
Okay, so then now we got some problems, Mr. Chairman. Now you open up a can of worms. Because if we have 100 inspectors, why am I keep sitting here at the table asking you about Fairfax Avenue and about that property on Miles Avenue?
Through the chair to the councilman, as stated.
Now we have problems.
As stated previously, okay, this is a large city with 167,000 parcels. The tools we have don't work well, right? We have a hammer and a chisel when we need a CNC machine. So that's what we're here asking for today. We have some staffing. Do we have adequate staffing just now? No. We have open positions we need to fill. We have other people we need to add to the staff to do this properly. But bear in mind, too, we have about $1.5 billion of construction in this city every year. And we have plenty of building inspectors who are over at Sherwin-Williams every day, over at the clinic every day, making those projects move. So we're divided, right? We're trying to do code enforcement, trying to make sure the $1.5 billion worth of construction flows and gets inspected and permitted and moved. We do that very well.
How many inspectors do we have dedicated, Mr. Chairman, to the director that deals with residential code enforcement and also deals with commercial code enforcement?
Through the chair to the councilman, this is the crux of the problem, and the reason we are restructuring our division is because everybody does everything, okay? Jack of all trades, master of none, and that's getting corrected.
Okay.
But with that, this needs to be teamed up with better tools, and that's what we're here to ask you for.
Well, I'm not opposed, Mr. Chairman, to the director of the tools that you're asking for. When you hear at this end of the table, if you got 100 inspectors, and Mr. Chairman, I would, quite frankly ask for this request. I want to know who's doing inspections over in my neighborhood in particular. And if I'm sitting here telling you about one property for several months, I haven't gotten anybody call me back to give me any reports. So why is that? Who are the inspectors in Ward 1? Who's responsible for taking care of my neighborhood?
Through the chair to the councilman, in terms of that one parcel, which I believe is a demolition issue, could be a lot of things. My guess is it's teed up for demolition at this point, but it's awaiting, its
No,
turn.
someone lives there, Mr. Chairman.
With
to
a
the
caved-in
director.
roof?
No, that's a different property
Okay.
on Miles.
Okay.
But
We can talk about that
here-
particular case.
Well, here's the problem, because because this is not going to do me any good if we got 100 inspectors and I'm not getting the work done in my neighborhood. Now, if you're telling me that you're going to change the department around and then blah, 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 and it's going to be better, how do we start working on some of these issues right now in my neighborhood? And that means you have the staff and the wherewithal. You're saying when you restructure this, Mr. Chairman, to the director, what does that look like with adding 33 additional inspectors onto this whole proposition?
Through the chair to the councilman, it looks fundamentally different than it looks today.
Right.
In
so
terms of who's dedicated
how
to
will
code
that
enforcement.
impact changing an issue that I'm having, that I'm constantly dealing with on a daily basis? I've reported it into your department, and I'm not getting the kind of assistance I need.
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't think anybody's more frustrated with it than the Department of Building and Housing inspectors. It's like spinning around in circles and never getting anywhere. It's like Groundhog Day every day. They do the work doesn't work. And that's part of the problem. That's why we're here. So I can allow our CBO to expand on that, and I may be a little bit inaccurate in terms of the total count. It's somewhere between 80 and 100, I believe. But the point is, we have 167,000 plus parcels in the city. We are spread thin with the staff we do have. We all know this. So we've taken a lot of time to analyze who could be doing what and how we could be more efficient, because we agree with you. We owe you a response. We owe you a fast response, and we need to address these concerns.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say this. I'm going to temper my temperament on this. But when I tell you I'm not happy over here at this end of the corner, and then you go say you got 100, and I don't have anything happening in my neighborhood, and given the fact, Mr. Chairman, that nearly half of the residential homes and properties on the east side are going through foreclosure, has been through foreclosure, giving, Mr. Chairman, that we are at a crisis state of existence on the east side of the city of Cleveland of the magnitude that we haven't seen in modern times, and to see that over $150 to $200 million has been invested in demolitioning properties on the east side, Mr. Chairman, and seeing that our financial institutions are not giving anything to the African-American communities on the east side of the city of Cleveland as it relates to being able to purchase homes next door for as low as $40-some thousand. They won't give those loans. Given the fact, Mr. Chairman, that 72% of their depositors come from the city of Cleveland, is and has been a smack in the face of the citizens I represent, Mr. Chairman. And then looking at what we're seeing right now, this massive group of investors coming into our neighborhoods, Mr. Chairman, and buying up properties and using the financial institutions that we have 72% of the depositors that happen to live in the city of Cleveland using their funds to be able to purchase those properties through these financial institutions, Mr. Chairman. And then sitting here and talking about the tools that you need to have, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of it, Director, but I need to be able to see on this side, Mr. Chairman, some kind of assistance and help from the Department of Housing. Now, I will say this, until you said 100 inspectors, you probably should have not said that, because now you got me looking at you funny. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Chairman, I've had it over here on the east side. My people have had it over here on the east side. And given the fact, Mr. Chairman, that this has been an ongoing issue, and that the housing recovery on the east side of the city of Cleveland has been horrible, to say the least. I'm not sure if we would recover if we continue at the snail's pace that we're moving. What I will say, Mr. Chairman, because I do believe that we have a competent, capable director who's been in there for 2 years and is doing the best that she can. And even some of our housing people, the former late, great Henry Stuttermeyer Sr. has had sterling great things to say about you. I'm appreciative of you here, but we have to do something to recover the east side market, the east side residential market space. And right now, I don't know what that means. I know that the administration has shown us slides about what they're going to do, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the departments and re-upsizing them. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start there. Because if we're going to give you the tools, and you have the staff, what do you need to do? Have they taken an assessment and an analysis of your department in terms of efficiency and what's best practices and what's going to be able to do that? Have we started that in building the housing, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes. So you may have heard about the strategic plan with Ernst & Young. That's looking at the Department of Building and Housing. We also had almost a year-long engagement with Baker Tilly on our construction permitting side. So, coming into this job and seeing the needs, being great, one of the first orders of business was to do the property survey. We did that on foot, all 167,000 parcels. That data is being used to pivot towards a more strategic approach to code enforcement. So really what's happened here is that we're creating a plan, we're trying to work a plan, and we need to add in the tools to make the plan go. So I don't intend to fail at this job. I don't intend to disappoint Henry Stoudemeyer and others, that I feel compelled, Mrs. Jones with her flower beds living in your ward, okay? And I go to those ward meetings and I talk to those residents and I understand that. And I think we're putting an unprecedented amount of resources onto the east side and certainly the 5 microgeographies that are the focus right now, with the hope that that strategy builds and just keeps radiating outward. That's the goal. So that's what I can tell you.
So Mr. Chairman, everything that, and I won't prolong my time, Mr. Chairman, for the simple fact that on the surface of this and looking behind it a little bit more, I'm in support of the legislation. Would like, Mr. Chairman, more time to talk about those 2 components or 3 components. And I think I would have a lot of those questions offside here about what the point of sale inspections, how that proposition would work. Once this legislation is passed, Mr. Chairman, how fast can we get up and start making an impact? And then, Mr. Chairman, I have a major issue with our commercial districts on Miles Avenue. They went completely wild and off the rail. They've been that way for quite some time. And Mr. Chairman, I don't see any of this kind of foolishness on the west side. And I want my neighborhood to look just like the west side of the city of Cleveland. I want it to look like Little Italy. I want it to look like University. I want it to look like Ohio City. Those council members are doing a great job. And I want our neighborhoods to look like that and reflect that. And I know that there is discrimination on the east side of the city of Cleveland with no putting any negatives on the council members who represent those areas, because we already know, but we've had these committee hearings in here about racism and discrimination that has been happening in this city since before I was born. And I hope and pray that we can get past the hate. And if we can get past the hate and everybody start treating everybody like human beings on God's planet, then we will have a university circle in the Lee Harvard area. We'll have a university circle in the northeast area of the city of Cleveland. We would have nice neighborhoods like Ohio City on the east side as we do on the west side. Mr. Chairman, and I submit to you this, which, you know, I sit here at this table. Do you know, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we don't have one sit-down restaurant, not one sit-down restaurant on the southeast side where you can go and sit down with your family and have a nice meal? Mr. Chairman, do you know that I can't even buy a suit jacket or a suit or dress shoes on the east side of the city of Cleveland because we don't have the amenities and facilities and stores there? So when we talk about building and housing and the significance of this particular piece of legislation, we have to stop the bleeding. I believe, Mr. Chairman, submit to the committee that's here that this table hasn't done anything in 20 years. And in moving forward, I support this piece of legislation to give the director the tools that she needs to have. I like her passion. I like the fact that we have an aggressive law department of the kind I have not seen in quite some time, who are not soft and piddly. And I like what I see in place right now, and I just want to see more of it. And if we ask for, and we sit here and we talk about how bad our housing stock is, then she needs the tools. Let's give her the tools. Our Mike Polensek has famously said at the table that we do not manage or hire on that side. Let's give them the tools that they got. When I make those phone calls in here, and I just sent you a text, you know, about Milverton Avenue, I shouldn't have to deal with this. Now, I've sat here at this table and dealt with all of Milverton Avenue and all of those apartment buildings over there. That's supposed to be up to city code. Those garbage containers need to be enclosed. And Mr. Chairman, to director, you know, I'm going to say I know we're going to hold this, but I'd like to see some movement in my neighborhood. And I know you're doing some things, but I put this on the table before you became director. I've argued about this issue on Milverton Avenue all the way up until now, and I don't see any change. So Mr. Chairman, you got to give me something over here. You got to give me some inspectors that's going to come in and help me out. And I need them, Mr. Chairman, to the director. And I'm pleading with you hitting the table and being nice, and I want to give you the tools. Now, I know you heard a whole lot, may not want to hear more piled on to you, but I don't want to pile on to you. I want to be able to help you so that you can come help our people in our neighborhood. So, Mr. Chairman, with that being said, I appreciate your leadership here at the table. I appreciate the leadership of the administration of putting a bold, direct piece of legislation on that will give the administration the tools that it needs to have. I will caution us on being able to take away the teeth of this program. I think in some areas it should be a lot more aggressive. But we'll get to that point when we start talking about that. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Harsh, and those who have, and Mr. Slife, who have sat on the committee, who worked with helping put this piece together. I'm appreciative to all of the people like Mr. Ford, who came here and testified, the Jay Westbrooks of the world, who have been involved in the neighborhood, still trying to work very hard to improve the conditions of the city of Cleveland. I believe, Mr. Chairman, if we get this right, to the director, to the administration, we can really have a first-class city.
I believe that.
And the first starts of having that first-class city is to hold accountable property owners. And if we can hold them accountable and keep our housing stock strong, like they do over in Shaker Heights that I border up against, like they're doing over there in Maple Heights and Garfield. And in some of those places, Mr. Chairman, they do have a point of sale. So I'm looking forward, Mr. Chairman, to seeing the day when we don't see the kind of depressed state and condition from one side of the neighborhood and then seeing a total different look from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. Mr. Chairman, to the director, I know you indicated that you had over 100 inspectors, but can you again, roughly, give or take, can you again break down how many inspectors we have just for housing? I don't think you ever said how many we have just for housing and then how many just for commercial.
Through the chair to the councilman, right now they're doing both. They're all doing everything.
So everybody's
Well,
doing-
the exception there is the specialty units. So we have an elevator division.
Right.
It just inspects elevators. We have electrical inspectors that really are just going out on permitted electrical work. We have HVAC inspectors who are just doing that. I mean, they're going into residential properties, obviously. But so if you take away the specialty units, I don't know, Tom, what that gives us there.
So, thank you. To that point, there are, as the director said, everybody's doing everything. We have approximately 40 inspectors that are between the district inspectors, we have the district inspectors, we have the residential, the rental inspection unit, we have the Main Street unit, we have the vacant property unit that are focused purely on this work. And then we have the specialty electrical, mechanical, and plumbing inspectors and elevator inspectors that just primarily do permit work.
All right, I'll ask it this way, Mr. Chairman, to the director. Do you know how many inspectors you're budgeted for?
Yes, we're actually budgeted for 18 more than we currently have.
Okay.
So that's the budgeting.
Okay, I want to go over the civil ticket portion of the legislation. So on your slide portion here, you got the rubbish, garbage, smoke detector, lead safe certification, all those other ones. And if I'm reading this correct, when an inspector goes out to issue what will be now a civil violation, a civil ticket, okay?
Could be.
They don't know the difference, or maybe they do, but there's no difference in whether that violation is going to a property investment owner or a homeowner. If the house is in violation, it's getting a ticket, correct? Mr. Chairman, to the director? Or to whomever?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Through the chair to the director, while the tickets can be issued against homeowners, they need to have a hook of an inspection. And so there isn't a regime for just inspecting random homes, but there is for the rental registry. When you register as a rental unit, there is a hook for an inspection to occur. And so that's, on one hand, the inspectors are the ones that flag the tickets. On the other hand, the violations themselves are pretty targeted for all sorts of homes, but particularly for landlord situations. Smoke detectors, for example. So.
All right, so let me ask you this. If we have two houses sitting side by side, and they're both missing a gutter, okay? One is owned by a property investment owner, and the other one is a homeowner. Is there a different path
Yes.
that, let me finish. Is there a different path to deal with each of those homes, even if that home is registered or not registered?
Through the chair, the answer is yes, and I'll turn it over to CBO for further on
So,
that.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the inspection is conducted the same way, no matter who owns it or where it comes from. We get the inspection, we do the inspection, and we determine that there are deficiencies. At that point, the inspector returns to the office, and civil tickets are currently not allowed. They are in the legislation. The inspector will make that determination at that point. Most, or if not everything that is afforded the opportunity for a civil ticket is also afforded the opportunity for a minor misdemeanor ticket, as well as a notice of violation. Failure to comply with the notice of violation is a first-degree misdemeanor. So all of those tools are available for the inspector as part of policy to determine who gets what.
Okay, so in my scenario, Mr. Chairman, to the director, or commissioner, even our law guy, that's almost selective prosecution, because we have two of the same situations, but we're going to pick and choose on how we're going to go after, even though it's the same violation. We're going to pick and choose who we're going to give a civil ticket to. We're going to pick and choose who we're going to give a minor misdemeanor to. Is that fair to those two properties that are standing there? Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask our law director,
Yes. So the term selective prosecution usually used for something you shouldn't be doing, right?
Okay.
Pulling over the black motorists and not the white motorists. All prosecution is selective in the sense that you decide who you're going to bring and what kind of charge you're going to bring against them. So I think what you're raising is crucial, which is what is our targeted, now that we've done a survey, right? We used to take complaints. You can still call 664-2007. That was the number you called in 1992 when I had my first job as housing co-prosecutor. And it's still the same number today, and you call and they'll send an inspector out. That has never made any sense. What we need to do following the survey is develop a system where we say, look, where is our inspector time best spent? And you might say it's not best spent on that homeowner. It's better spent on the LLC rental owner. You might say both of those have hanging gutters, so they're not really the big concern. Let's get the open vacant house, or let's get, the
Using
one
that as an example.
Yeah. So it all comes down to developing a system for how you want to use your inspectors and then who you want to bring to court. And so this is my task as chief of code enforcement, not to make it cookie cutter. For a long time, it was kind of cookie cutter. Inspector was told, go visit. If they don't comply, put them in court.
All right, and then if I read the Mr. Chairman, to our whomever, if I read the legislation correctly, if somebody gets a ticket, we'll just say on a Monday, right? And the ticket is $100, and I don't know what the fines or anything like that is going to be, whatever it's going to be. I'm just going to use round numbers because and it's fixed on Tuesday, then their fine is only $100. But if it doesn't get fixed till Friday, I mean, did I read it correctly in that for every day out of compliance is the violation? Go ahead, Director. You know what I'm saying, so.
Yes, through the chair to the councilman. No, you'd have to issue another ticket. It wouldn't be every day. It wouldn't just automatically compound.
Okay.
So if somebody was really negligent, let's say an out-of-state landlord, and had this terrible situation with an overflowing dumpster, which is what the other councilman was talking about, we could go out and issue that every single day if we wanted to. There's also an appeals process that's a little bit more informal. So just like with waste that does these tickets, they could come to the Department of Building and Housing and say, hey, you gave me this ticket on Monday. I fixed this on Tuesday. Can you forgive this?
Right.
And the answer would be likely yes, unless you're just a constant repeat offender. So there's some off-ramps here that I think are really helpful.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, if somebody does not pay their fine, what happens then?
Through the chair to the councilman, this could be an assessment. They would be billed by licensed citizen assessments, and then if it doesn't get paid, it could be assessed to the property tax bill.
All right, so we could put a lien on their property.
In theory, yes.
Okay, and so the Department of Public Utilities is currently going through their lawsuit over liening property, right? So, and part of that was, part of that lawsuit is who they were issuing liens against or not against, right? And in hearing everything in the testimony today, and even Mr. Ford's presentation, a lot of this enforcement is going to happen on the east side, right? I think that's all we've been hearing all morning is that the east side is going to either benefit or not benefit from this whole thing just because of the conditions of the housing court. I don't want to see us get into a situation that the water department is in where we're leaning on properties and then all of a sudden we get sued, like we're getting sued from the NAACP or whomever at the water department because we were leaning properties. And it's whom we're leaning the properties are because those are the individuals that have been targeted because of the conditions of the property. I don't want to see us get into that whole scenario or situation that the water department found themselves in because they're leaning properties.
So Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the councilman, we always consider when we change anything how it's going to affect our residents. And civil tickets has been a considerable amount of conversation because now we are flat fining residents. The reality is the push from our perspective for civil fines is not to flat fine or fine residents at all. It's to gain some sort of control over the property conditions for out-of-town investors behind several LLCs that just don't show up. The criminal process doesn't work. It doesn't work if you don't have to come to town. It doesn't work if you don't have to come, if you're not part of, or if you're part of an LLC or somehow buried. What does work is multiple fines assessed to your tax duplicate, because the only reason they're in this business is for the money. So this is the purpose, this has been the push. The expectation out of this entire group of, or package of legislation, is not so that we're out there fining homeowners or residents or even landlords that live local. The expectation is they'll receive warning tags, as they do now. They will receive violation notices that provide remedy to correct it. It provides a right to appeal to get more time. But the criminal process as currently in place, these are invisible owners and professional magicians that just never come to court, never have to, and are never accountable. So understanding the concern about the homeowners getting these assessments to their property and us getting sued because we're disproportionately leaning one property over another, the expectation is all of those, or the lion's share at least, will be for corporate out-of-state owners that we can't get into court. There's no other remedy.
Well, then, Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner, then why such a big piece of legislation? This piece of legislation could have been broken up 10 different ways. So why didn't you just bring a piece of legislation dealing with that issue so that we can address that problem, which is, I think, the big problem, which is what we're trying to address, is exactly what the commissioner said. So why? I mean, this is a huge piece of legislation. So why didn't you just piece part it together and bring it to us, addressing each individual topic that you want addressed?
Through the chair to the councilman. Perhaps I'm overly ambitious, but coming into this job, it seemed evident that we needed to do the hard work of going through all the code and getting it right. We wanted to take a stab at dragging all these wonderful people into a room. And yes, I made pound cake, and yes, I made scones, and I wanted them to stay there for several hours at a time, and that's what we did. We wanted to do a deep dive, look at all of it at once, and get it right so that we could just hit the ground running. And yes, we could have piecemealed it. It probably would have been easier. I think your chairman would have probably been very, very pleased if we had done it that way. But again, efficiency, we want it now, right? Like, our inspectors want it now. And to your point before about, okay, when are you deploying this tool? One of the things that we've been working on for months is standing up a little internal code academy for our inspectors to talk about when you deploy, what tool, how you use it. Because you need to be strategic, because you're spinning your wheels if you're issuing a VN to somebody who's living in New Zealand and you're never going to get them here, and you don't have anybody local you can stick with it. You are just spinning your wheels and wasting time. And then a year later, you're coming to us with the same complaint, and we're just in this just hamster revolving wheel. So yes, it was ambitious to come to you with all this. Thank you for taking the time to read it all.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to the director, and we've said this before, and your quote on a number of times here today is, "We don't intend to fail." Right? And I believe that this council will give you the tools needed, as we always do. And I hope that you don't have to come back to us in a year and a half, 2 years from now, and I have to use that quote against you, because I don't want to, but I wrote it down. But I don't want to, but I want to make sure that this piece of legislation is what you believe you need in order to succeed to turn the housing stock around, not just on the east side, not just on the west side, the southeast side, the northeast side, the whole city of Cleveland. I'm not talking that, we're going to give you these tools and you're only going to concentrate on one area of the city. So I hope that it's spread throughout the city to make sure that we're able to do what it is that you want to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Great points. Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director, well, I will start off with saying it's interesting. I'm in the economic mobility chat group of the National League of Cities, and I guess it actually was today or yesterday, they are releasing a blog kind of series, and it is based on municipal strategies to narrow the racial wealth divide. And so one of them, it focuses on, and it had a quote that I really wanted to lift up because this is in the context of my questions. It says, narrowing the racial wealth divide requires intentional, specific, targeted investments in historically excluded communities and policy changes that sustain these investments. They have some strategies that are focused on entrepreneurship and small business development, workforce development, home ownership, income savings and debt reduction, as well as municipal administration and operations. And when we talk about like the condition of home and properties in the city of Cleveland, we know this is squarely a result of racial discrimination, and I think we really need to make sure that we are centering racial equity in this conversation and the work that we are doing, and so that we can get out of it. So I'm just gonna put it there. Mm-hmm. So to the director, a question is to you. How much time goes into this process as you are laying out for these, the point of sale, the vacant point of sale? How much time on average? I'm assuming you have costs, hopefully you did, but how much time do you think it's going to take?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, to do a vacant building inspection or to go through the whole process of having the manpower to register the vacant building, do the inspections and the violation notice?
The whole thing.
So typically, a vacant building inspection, depending on the size of the structure, is about an hour or less, so half hour to an hour. And then I would say if we talk about clerical staff and Tony's staff, time, because this would fall on Tony's staff to do the vacant building registration. Like a rental, processing a rental, I'm assuming, so it'll take a half hour. Yeah, 20 minutes to a half hour.
We'll say 2 hours. So up to 2 hours to do, and that's the entire time it takes to do an inspection and do the clerical work. Because people, I'm hearing this thing, it's red tape, it's red tape. I'm just trying to get us, we got to be very specific in calling things what they are. So on average, if it's about 2 hours, one for the inspection to be done, and then another hour for all the clerical work to be done. When those things are done, will it then be, through the chair to the director, will the paperwork be necessary or available for a potential buyer to purchase it because they have the documentation needed? Is that how this works?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, for the aspect of the vacant building registration that looks like a point of sale, which only applies to 1 to 3 family residential properties, yeah, it's going to be on our Acela database.
Okay.
So that's publicly facing.
Okay.
But in addition, there would be a requirement that they would sign off on an assumption of violation forms, which would happen when they were doing their closing paperwork with their title company.
Okay. So thank you for that. The other question is, I always want to start first of, we make all these changes. What is, through the chair to the director, what is the communication plan to communicate all of these changes both to property owners as well as to those who are rented? What is the communication plan and strategy?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, quite extensive. So in addition to earned media, which we've been getting from the reporters that keep reporting out that we're proposing these changes, we would do a targeted mailing to all of our rental universe and also to the known vacants, because obviously we know where they are. We know where all of them are through data. So we would target that. And we would do additional earned media if you all pass this, because obviously then it becomes the law of the land, and we're going to need to explain how they need to comply. So there'll be a lot of extensive communication coming from the Department of Building and Housing, and also probably publicized through the news media as well.
Through the chair to the director, when we talk about targeted mailing, is that inclusive of any translation services depending on where the market is that you are mailing to?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we have that ability here to translate into multiple languages. And I suppose we need to put notations on whatever mailing, that this would be available, or we would have it online in the various languages, because that is a big push. We certainly want to make it accessible to people.
Yeah, through the chair to the director. So I know that the service is available. That doesn't mean that we actually have a plan to actually do it. So I guess that is the request, to actually, depending on where it is, layering census data based on languages spoken, that if there is, because we have a targeted approach, that we will actually put translation services specifically for the areas based on the information that we need.
Yes.
My next question is going into it. I'm going to focus right on, this is on property owners at this moment. So I know we have this, there's been a lot of conversation around what happens to people. And as we talk about like property owners, I think what I do know is that there is responsibility in ownership. We have really gotten to a place where I feel like it's I don't know if it's like, we just haven't been holding people accountable, right? And again, I understand the context of like a deficit mindset of like, oh, people don't have enough, and so we're not gonna layer things on there. Within that, though, we know where people are, but we cannot, and we have to get out of this mindset of keeping people in this poverty mindset. Right. It has not been good for us. We have been dealing with this for generationally, and if we are trying to break generational poverty, we also have to work to support people when we know home ownership, property ownership is a wealth building strategy. But it can't be when it's all out in the community right now where things are in deplorable conditions, and at the end, it ends up in the city of Cleveland's hands. So can you all, through the chair to the director, can you talk about what it looks like and what is your thought process in showing that there are supports for property owners who might find themselves in violation? What does it look like? Grants, loans, whatever that looks like from your department, and there should be others. What does it look like to also hold people accountable, but I'm not going to just leave you where you are. We want you to come along and be a part of this revitalization and reinvestment that we want to see here in the city of Cleveland.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's super important. And I totally agree with you. And I think so many of the things we do are synergistic, like the Sites Fund for Good Jobs, right? Pushing traded sector jobs, trying to help bring up people's income level. But I think when it comes to violation notices and what the Building and Housing Department does, because of ARPA especially, there's more resources than there have been available for homeowners. And so one of the goals would be, for instance, with violation notices, to send out a list of resources. Here's how you get help. The other thing that we were working on with the Center for Community Progress, and in fact, we submitted a grant to them for some special assistance, again, is creating this sort of off-ramp for people from the code enforcement process. So, Mrs. Jones, you don't have any money. We understand that. Here are some resources for you. But with your neighbor who is an out-of-state investor, we take a different approach, right? It's not the white glove approach. It's quite a different approach. You're coming here. You're in a business. You're extracting wealth from the community. You are a predator, in my mind, to the community because you do have the money, but you just don't choose to put it into that property in that neighborhood, and you think you can just keep extracting wealth out of that neighborhood. Well, we have news for you. We don't want to go there anymore.
follow up through the chair to the director as a part of this, the supports for property owners, and looking at more specifically for the mom and pops, of thinking through, as part of that, talking about estate planning. And I am on the whole estate planning. It is important. I mean, I begin to have really direct conversations when people are calling for grants and loans, really grants to fix up the home. I'm like, what is the plan when you die? Like, and I know that can sound harsh, but what is the plan? Like, we cannot avoid this. Like, what is the plan? Because most people do not have a plan, and it ends up falling into our hands, the never-ending cycle.
Yes. Through the chair to the councilwoman, there's so much thought that's going into this right now, especially working collaboratively. I need food.
No, we are.
Just go out in that hall. With our nonprofit partners who do this work. So for instance, my colleague, Alyssa Hernandez, is putting a great deal of thought into this. So when someone gets money from the city of Cleveland to fix their home, are we coupling it with some estate planning? Are we working with legal aid to be sure that, this property is passing to their heirs, or at least, the tangled title issue is getting solved? Because we know that's a massive issue. Did you have something to say on that, man?
I can. So, to the director's point and to the question, this is something that's really important to me as a commissioner and in the division. We've had a lot of conversation about all of the sticks in this legislation, and not a lot of conversation about the carrots, right? Everybody at this table at one time in the years that I've been here, or another, or several times, has sent me an email saying so-and-so inherited this house from their father, or they bought this house and didn't know it was condemned. Can you send an inspector over and tell them what to do? And my answer has been no. That's not what we do. We are not design professionals. We are not develop assistants. We are not consultants. Specifically with the point of sale inspections that are coming as part of the vacant property, that protects the next person before they get into that house that's condemned. I've got 3 on my desk now that I'm trying to find solutions for, where they moved into a condemned house, it's falling in on them, and they just want to know, what can I do? How do we fix this? Inspecting beforehand fixes that problem. So that goes into the estate planning, right? So not all gifts are good gifts, right? You don't take through your probate, through your, this was my great-grandma's house. Well, we understand that, but understand, after we do the inspection and we put the violations on it, maybe you don't want great-grandma's house because you're going to be saddled with a burden that you can't undertake. The certificate of disclosure changes as well. There's oftentimes properties that are just quick claimed, and people in the neighborhoods are getting a great deal. I got a great deal in this house. We finally get our family home, and it only cost me $1,700. Well, the reason it only cost you $1,700 is because it's falling apart. There's multiple violations on it, but the quick claim process doesn't allow for you to know that when you're taking possession. So the reason certificate of disclosures were put into place to begin with is to force the seller to provide information to the buyer, right? And so that we can, those are protections, because there's nothing sadder from our perspective when you've got a single mother of 3 in the neighborhood who thought she was getting her piece of the American dream and ended up in an urban nightmare. So those are the carrots that come along with this, the legislation that is provided to have those conversations regarding estate planning, regarding maybe you don't take a piece of property, and if you do, this is what you're going to be required. There's responsibility and ownership, knowing that before you're in too deep.
So, and now just switching over to the renters portion, through the chair to the director, how can renters actually file complaints? We have this all, we're gonna have these new rules. How will the Cleveland renter who is dealing with issues with their landlord, how will they actually be able to file a complaint?
Quite similarly to how they do now, except that we're going to have a much more robust 311 system. So I don't know if you're all aware of that, but that is ongoing as well. So, you know, we get about, I would say about, I think I even have a statistic here about how many complaints we get every year from tenants. You know, it's upwards of 1,000. They complain loudly now, and it's often how we get into some rental properties that the owners would not let us into, and we make citations based on the tenant letting us in the building, and that's really how the Morelands Group has operated. They're organizing those buildings. The tenant leaders, like Ron James over there, will give us a call and say, Unit 4 and 6 don't have heat. Can you come out? And we go out, and that's what we've been doing. So I would say there's a method there, but it's being enhanced, especially with 311. That will go right into our Acela system and form a complaint. So I don't know if you have anything further on that, Tom.
Just that as the complaint system, as well as our systematic, robust inspection of rental inspection units, right? So with the lead changes and those requirements, the expectation, everybody's goal is that we've addressed the problem before they have to complain or before somebody moves into a situation that they weren't aware of. So our systematic inspection methods will continue and grow under this legislation with more tools so that we can get in, we can cite the landlords more systematically while we're receiving all of those complaints.
Through the chair to the council, it's $850 a year approximately, according to Dr. Kobe.
Well, I will, through the chair to the director, I will hope that we will see much more than that, because it is way more than that. We already know, but people, I just don't, that's the reason why I'm asking, because there is a big disconnect in how people can systematically file complaints that are properly and effectively tracked. I know it is significantly way more complaints than that. I feel like it is probably just 800 in Ward 7. And that is just, I'm just going to be quite frank. So
true.
So we got to work through really getting a very clear system on how people put complaints. I've been working to use 311 and its current current system, and I'm not going to stay on it. My last thing is, ideally, through the chair to the director, we really, a part of this should be for us as City of Cleveland working to intentionally, systematically increase home ownership through our renters. And so I guess through the chair to the director, what does it look like in this system to really help promote home ownership, specifically through renters? Because one of the things is that I'm just Huntington Bank. Once you go into their bank, they have this thing, "Are you renting?" And it shows just how much people spend, over a 10-year, 1 year, 3 year, 10-year process. So what does it look like, and how is it incorporated in this system that we are trying to roll out to promote home ownership? Even though it's not the main responsibility of building and housing, I know, but we have to have a layered approach to all the things that we do in all of our city departments.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, if I could just backpedal a little bit to your 311. The new 311 iteration is rolling out this spring. So we've been having weekly meetings on this and how it's going to look and how it's going to be interactive. So the idea is to create more of an Amazon, like, well, here's where your thing's tracking and this is when it's getting done. So I think we're building out, with the help of Director Crow, some pretty amazing technology there. It's very vastly different from what's going on today. So that being said, home ownership. is critical. We've seen this terrible slide, especially on the east side of homeownership, and I think this is being contemplated by a lot of the ARPA money that's going out the door, some of which is being contemplated for down payment assistance. Obviously, the housing stock and the condition of the housing stock impacts homeownership. So if you're in a neighborhood that is disinvested, that looks terrible, you don't necessarily have the confidence to buy a house there. And so really what this whole thing is about is stabilizing neighborhoods and stabilizing homes and housing stock to create a neighborhood that someone want to buy a house in. And then helping link people with the programs to help them get there. So our wonderful housing counseling agencies do wonderful homeowner counseling. They help people to save up for down payments. They help them get their credit together. And I think it takes a village, but we're all focused on it.
Yeah, through the through the chair to the director. So as a part of that, in our resources that we will be sending out, is that a part of the messaging that will be going out when some of these violation things? Is that a plan specifically from building and housing, or is that, will there be another department or another outside agency from maybe the county or somewhere where we're working in partnership to have that message? That's the thought or question.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the integrated development cluster has a lot of ideas around that, and absolutely. We work together. We've tried to break down the silos between these departments, but focusing on homeownership and growing homeownership is a critical piece of everything we do, as is equity. We look at that,
All right.
everything we do.
Well, thank you so much for the director. And I would just say for my colleagues, people talk about what we know about the housing crisis of 2008. It's been 16 years since that time, and we know all of the things, the bad things that have happened. And so just like anything, like our government system is a lab to try things. You see what I'm saying? We got a lot of stuff that is not working for real. And I think it's been 16 years. So at least we should give 16 years of trying to think of things to be innovation. We're going to make mistakes. It's not going to all work out. It ain't working out right now for a whole bunch of people. So if we fall forward, I would rather fall forward than just staying in place, doing nothing, where we are getting the constant calls and we see what's going on. And again, and that's just what we see. Just imagine all the things that we don't see, all the things that we don't hear, that we know, and that's to the tunes of dozens, hundreds of things that we don't even know what's going on because we don't have the capacity. So I feel like we absolutely need to pass this legislation plus many other things. Even right now while we're sitting out here, we got the dozens of people of realtors that are texting, that are emailing us right now about all the different things. I'm going to put on the record, realtors, because I'm going to ask these questions. How many homes have you sold in 44103, 44114, 44106? And the answer going to be is basically none. Be a part of helping us break this cycle of truly disinvestment, generational poverty, and again, people have been eating real good off of our people's pain, and they need to pay for it, period. So if you're a realtor or an investor that's been eating good, you ain't had no problems when people have been making money, making bank, off of deplorable conditions, you absolutely need to reinvest in our city because you've been eating good. Time is up for that. And again, like I said, it's been going on for way too long, and I'm appreciative to have partners who are willing to do something about it. We are going to make mistakes, but doggone it, it's been a lot of mistakes to our own people's detriment. If we're trying to invest to try to turn this side, this is absolutely the time to do it. So I'm willing to be a partner in this, and again, working to fix the problems that we know is going to happen in this legislation. And we need to work expediently to make this a reality for the city of Cleveland, because Clevelanders deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman House-Jones. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Amen to that. That was powerful. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and also to the team that's here that's presenting this Resident First legislative package, which I do support. And I just want to say I support because, I'm boots on the ground. in Ward 4. And I know what's going on in the Shaker area, and I do appreciate the Morelands' help of doing what they're doing in that particular area. But that particular area is not the only area that is falling apart. And we have to recognize that. There's a lot of other groups that's also helping all across Cleveland with this housing disparity. So we have to recognize everyone that's part of doing their part to assist. And as well as you know, my question is this, dealing with the apartment units on Shaker Square, and you know that I'm in it to win it, because I flew to New York to bring the slum millionaires back to Cleveland to take care of their apartment unit. The question is this, dealing with those apartment units over there, they are not all vacancy. They are filled with tenants, Chair, to the committee. They are filled with tenants through and through that entire area. And I know this is dealing with vacancy and foreclosure properties per se. And to the point of those buildings are not vacant. And I know what your department, everyone has been doing over there, because I'm part of it too. Yep, been in it since I came in it, from under former Councilor Anita Gardner, who was in it first, okay, who brought everybody else in, brought us all in when she stepped out. So I just want to make that clear. So due to the fact that these buildings are not actually vacant, and I know what everyone's been doing over there, how would this legislation package take care of that situation when you don't have empty buildings, you have empty units? And I know what the city and the building department, the law department, the building, housing, and also what y'all did pertaining to the chair buildings over there. But there's other buildings that's owned by other owners in New York, who I also met when I flew over there too. I met them all at one time, at separate times, but I met them all in one day. So everything over there has the same problem, but they're not vacant. And I know what everyone's been doing over there. So tell me exactly how this legislation will be pertaining to such, not only those buildings, but per se homes too, that has the same, that's going through the same problem, because I have called and sat with Mr. Vanover plenty of times, and Ms. Allen, who all educated me along the way when I have these type of problems. So how would this legislation package would actually help and assist the problems that we having with those type of houses and units per se?
Through the chair to the councilwoman,
director.
you surely are boots on the ground. I've never seen anybody work as hard as you do for your constituents. Going into old apartment buildings, helping people with water leaks. I mean, you really do that. This would help in several ways. So one, civil tickets. That's a civil penalty to these property owners that we can keep hitting them with day after day after day. So these derelict apartment buildings, as you know, we're using a civil tool to deal with some of them. There are 4 buildings that now are, we filed receivership cases against, which you're aware of. We're willing to do more of that as well, but I think the civil tickets give us some leverage here that we don't have now. So for instance, in one of those buildings, I think it was 12500, we had an issue with the fire suppression system faulting. Well, all they could do was issue the 30-day VN. That didn't solve the problem immediately. If we had issued a ticket and they're getting hit with a fine day after day after day, we think that would make a tremendous difference. Also, the changes to rental registration, the requirement of the local agent in charge that we could take to court. So instead of, those people in New York, we could get that local agent into court. Again, faster path to compliance.
All right, thank you for that. And Thank you. That's good information pertaining to those buildings that's still going through a lot of issues and problems that is listed on these civic tickets per se. It's just ongoing. But also my second question, I know you have everyone that asked you the question over and over again, but I just want to have a question also on the certificate of disclosure, Chair, to the committee. It appears to me, it's so much of this information because it's not my expertise, but it appears to me that the future state of this certificate of disclosure, is this more so, is this on the borderline of the POS, of the point of sale, or what? Is it like going over to that area, that green area, or what?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, no.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with point of sale. It's simply what we're disclosing. So currently, we have two separate processes depending on the size of the building. 1 to 4 units is certificate of disclosure, and then 5 and above is statement of authorized use. So this closes a loophole. So right now, if it's an apartment building, we're really only telling you what you can use your property for. Well, this is a multifamily apartment building. Well, that's not really very helpful if, for instance, those owners are trying to swap out a bunch of buildings in the Shaker Square area. We want to be able to say, here's all your violation notices, here's all the things. So this is allowing us to merge it into one more sensible process that we believe is going to close some loopholes and allow for more prosecution. And, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So just to reiterate that, to your point, the only point of sale in this legislation is for vacant property as part of the vacant property registry. Historically, and we've had this for decades, that we do not do new inspections every time a property transfers. However, there's a requirement to provide any violations to the buyer that exist. And with our systematic enforcement and our other activities, if we've issued notices, then the law requires that the seller provide that information to the buyer through the certificate of disclosure. What we're fixing here is that not everybody every time had to get a certificate of disclosure. Of the entire universe of transfers, there was only a portion of them required certificate of disclosure. And under the changes, now every time a property transfers, whether it's given away, whether it's quitclaimed, or whether it's sold, they have to do that. So if we've got paper on it, the new owner gets the copies of the paper.
And also, to the chair, to the councilwoman, just to clarify for everyone, certificate of disclosure was implemented in 2004, and it was implemented to address the flipping that was occurring in the city of Cleveland at that time. And it was only implemented for the 1 to 4 dwelling units. Prior to 2004, every piece of property in the city of Cleveland required a statement of authorized use letter and a code violation letter. And that was before they could transfer. But then in 2004, the only properties that was required, you obtain the certificate of disclosure was the 1 to 4, and everything else remained optional under the statement of authorized use letter. Commercial property, including auto repairs, banks, churches, all of those type of properties were required prior to 2004 to get a statement of authorized use letter. With this new ordinance, that would now, as Director and Commissioner has been stating, will merge both of those back together and make them mandatory before transferring.
Oh, it's great to hear that that's pertaining to the vacant and deplorable commercial buildings. You spoke on?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
That's pertaining to the...
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, that's a must. That's a must in all our communities and all our wards. And going forward with that, I have another question pertaining to Chair to the committee. going back to one of the owners of the buildings over there in Shaker Square that own 18 Plus, and as you aware of, Director Toole, and that's Avon Steiner, that we've been going back and forth for the last 2 weeks per se. It was suggested from them in a meeting that they want the city to help them bid off their building for sale. I know that's something I was just floored when that was brought to our attention. I could not believe that was something that was put to us for the city and council to help them find a buyer for their building because they don't want to do the job of selling their deplorable building, and they pushing it back off on the city and holding the tenants hostage if that doesn't happen. Now, I know the code enforcement attorney is not there, but could someone answer that question that was brought to my attention, along with some members of the Moreland group, that's something that they tend to think that the city and the council will do for them, per se?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, you mean to find a buyer for their building?
Yes.
Yeah, no. We want to hold their buyer accountable for those code violations. That's our job. But I do know they have some people interested in that portfolio that actually are coming to see the city. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. And then also, there was another question pertaining to this legislation packet that I want to bring to your attention.
If it comes back to you, go ahead. You got it.
Thank you, Chair to the committee. Dealing with, I had a situation with a young lady that was renting a house from an out-of-state landlord. But she paid the rent, she made repairs, and then he filed an eviction notice on her while he was out of state. And she went through the process of being evicted. And they actually evicted her because when I pulled up, they had actually set her, the sheriff had come out and they had set her stuff on the street. But due to something like that, how can that be prevented in this package, that's presented? How can that be stopped from an out-of-state landlord that can evict a tenant out of his home by her paying rent, and she gets evicted through the court system and lose out on everything, and the house is still sitting there vacant? So could this be part of the packet that will secure out-of-state slum landlords that's able to evict a tenant who had paid rent and taken care of the property, and then get evicted because the landlord don't want a tenant there anymore? So is this part of the package that can resolve situations like that?
Through the chair to the councilwoman.
Chair to the committee.
The number one answer is it's our goal to prevent that from happening even in the first place, and that we're focusing on those out-of-state landlords to make it harder for them to ever become landlords here in the city in the first place. We roll out the red carpet just about for these exploitative poverty profiteers to allow them to go into neighborhoods and charge rent on extortionary terms and provide so few services in return. These tickets and these rental registries and then the accompanying vacant registry are checking those landlords at every turn. So we're going to make their lives a pain. If they're going to move here and have that kind of attitude in our neighborhood, we're going to make their business hard to make money on, and we're going to make it a pain for them to live here. Or pain for them to do business here. The idea is we're going to get those folks to not be here in the first place and have that kind of attitude. At the end of the day, it's tough to stop a legal eviction when it's just a relationship between a tenant and a landlord. We can't get into every single tenant-landlord relationship. State law has some other stuff in there too, but we can start to really regulate that market and make it hard for the folks with that terrible mindset, those out-of-state landlords with that mindset where they're just taking from residents. We can keep them out.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to like I said, I support, Chair, to the opinion, I do support this resident first legislation package because what I have seen since I became council is just deplorable and it's heart-wrenching. To see to see all these vacant buildings in our community, also in foreclosure. I agree with everyone, all of my colleagues here, what they have stated. It's like a massacre. It's like a massacre to our community that has died over years, and we watched it. We watched it and lived through it because these are our homes. This is the place that we choose to stay. You know, I know people have the right to move out somewhere else because they just couldn't take it any longer. But however, the ones that stayed, to fight for this and to make changes, the time is now. And we have to do something to help the ones that survived through this massacre of what happened through our urban communities. So just to say that, I yield a chairperson, but we have to do more even within this packet. Yes. It's more to do, what you are starting to do, and I know there's more conversations with the chair on this, more hearings on this, and hopefully that I can still come and just be at the table and listen, because you can't think of everything that you want to complain about and be partner of, but as these hearings go on and stuff, it's going to be more conversations.
Absolutely.
That we have to figure out. Thank you, Chair.
No, you're spot on, right? And you're always welcome. You're my councilwoman, so I appreciate you always. Councilwoman Spencer, then Mara.
Thank you very much, Chair Hairston. I know we've been at the table for a long time. I appreciate being together. Yes, sir. And I'm going to keep this brief. I also have to apologize because the lower you are on the list or the later you are, you need to not be repetitive. I did have to step out for an urgent matter, so if I repeat anything, please accept my apologies in advance. All right. But I'm not going to go to my
I have faith in you.
My full-time allotment here to keep us moving. I really wanted to just state overall that I am enthusiastic about this piece of legislation, and there are many things I love about it. My top two, if I had to pick my top two, are the local agent in charge and the civil tickets. Can't wait to dive into that through our chair to Mr. Robertson, to all involved. And I think there were some of my biggest concerns have been about staffing and the ambitiousness of that task and I think my colleagues asked really important questions, really kind of teasing out, it's not just our very, very important inspection staff, and there were some hopeful updates there, but this impacts the law department, this impacts Ms. Allen's team, so there's a lot of staffing questions, and I think a lot of that has really been explored today, and I think that's very, very important. I wanted to, I think there's a couple gaps in my understanding. This is actually something Councilwoman Santana and I were talking about. I believe I heard early on today through our chair that there was a task force that involved the health department and kind of all departments that do inspections are involved with ticketing, that sort of thing. Where do those the current health department responsibilities in terms of the tall grass ticketing and the other health violations, where does that fall in this new process through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we talked a lot about the nuisance abatement task force and how we were all working together, and they proposed these changes to high grass and weeds to make it more seamless for multiple departments to be able to help with that. So currently health has 2 inspectors that go out and look at things like high grass and weeds and the litter and debris, and we don't think that's adequate. So essentially this provides the same sweeping changes to all of the people who do this work now, with the hope that we can start to streamline it and maybe even building and housing starts to tackle more of that with capacity.
So through the chair, the responsibility would still be with the health department to do this?
Do you want to say something?
So what is probably the least controversial part of this legislation is that we've gone and done a great deal of housekeeping in regards to process penalties, fines for the across all disciplines. So we've normalized, I guess that's the right term, or standardized how we prosecute. So it provides, to answer your question directly, and then I'll provide some commentary, it provides an opportunity for building and housing as well as the health department. And in some cases, I don't know about high grass specifically, but in some cases, even CPD to enforce parts of the legislation. And what we've done is we fixed it so that where the penalties in the zoning code and the penalties in the building code and the penalties in the health code in that process are all the same. There was a landmark case that Councilman Polensik is very familiar with regarding illegal dumping, illegal operation over in his ward that was fined a considerable amount of money and went through a long court case only to be overturned because the punishment under the zoning code was different than the punishment under the building code, and the housing court judge assessed fines based off of one piece of legislation as opposed to the one that they were cited under. And so that was overturned. Doing this, we've standardized all of those. It helps the inspectors. It helps the council understand that if you do this, this is the penalty, this is the fine, this is the process, as opposed to having what I believe between the fire code, health code, zoning code, and building code were 4 different methods, 4 different streams and running lanes. So that kind of normalizes that and provides all of those disciplines the opportunity to respond.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, sorry to interrupt. If I could add, there's also the sidewalk code.
Yes.
So there's a lot of codes involved. I think a great case in point here is that before we started getting into the weeds, so to speak, there were 2 different definitions of what constituted a weed in the health code versus the building code. They had different, they clarify what weeds constituted a noxious weed in different terminology using different species in these 2 different codes. I don't know how that happened. We fixed that. So now that they're going to be able to assess the same kinds of weeds with the same kinds of powers, regardless of which city employee is looking at the weed in front of them.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. That was helpful. Sidewalks were my next question through the chair. I've had a lot of difficulty. Interestingly, I have an issue in Ward 15 now where there's an extremely treacherous sidewalk that the city is unable to hold, for which the city has been unable to hold the owner accountable because it's a residential property, as opposed to commercial. That's been my understanding. That's kind of the difficulty with really holding them accountable, other than communicating that they're in the violation of the law, but actually proceeding to ticket them or otherwise hold them accountable. Wanted to briefly ask through the chair, what is the update to the sidewalk code with this piece?
You?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't remember if we
Okay.
made any changes. Here's what happened for me when I was a magistrate for the housing court and Judge O'Leary was there. He said, look, he'd been a prosecutor, I'd been a prosecutor. We all knew that all the codes were different. Some would say you had to deliver a notice by giving it or delivering it or mailing it. So they were all different. Penalty sections were all different. So it wasn't always a first-degree misdemeanor if you got a written order and you didn't obey it. So his task to me was, you know what, let's regularize them all. So they all have the same kind of service requirements, the same definitions for ownership, the same penalty sections. And so I cannot remember, Councilwoman, currently if we included the sidewalk code or not. I can tell you that residential owners can be made to fix their sidewalks. It's been a policy choice not to do that. But that is legally possible for the sidewalk department to demand that the residential owner repair their sidewalk. It's just been a policy that we didn't want to do that. But if you have one that's dangerous, maybe it's an exception to the policy. We could talk to Mr. Petcack about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I've been in communication with the administration and on it, and thank you for that information. So just to make sure I understand, sidewalks are or are not part of this, these updates?
I'm afraid I can't remember.
Okay. All
Through,
right.
through the chair to the councilwoman, in the way that we streamlined all the penalties and we streamlined the codes to be a little bit more clear, we didn't take a deep dive into the sidewalk codes. And as was stated before, building and housing doesn't get involved with sidewalks in the city of Cleveland, whereas most building departments do. You know, we would cite the owner to repair the sidewalk, just like any other code violation, but in Cleveland, it's interesting, it's quite different. So I would defer to Commissioner Vanover on that one.
That's okay. I'll put a pin in that. This is a very big piece of legislation, so I'm not trying to point out what's not in it. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Sidewalks have come up a couple different times today, and I wanted to make sure I understood that piece. Can we briefly go to the slide related to civil tickets there? How does I think the other slide, the previous slide, how does this new, and I'm very excited about this part of the legislation, how does this interplay with the traditional violation notice process? How does civil tickets either enhance or, you know, I hope that question makes sense
Yeah,
through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we discussed this a little bit earlier today, that this becomes a tool in a code enforcement toolbox that can be deployed when it makes the most sense. And I believe that CBO Vanover went into great detail about, you know, this isn't for Mrs. Jones, you know, in her chipped paint. This is more of an issue of, you know, this landlord refuses to get his lead-safe certification, we're going to hit him with a civil ticket. There is a malfunctioning fire suppression system in a multi-unit building, we're going to hit them with a civil ticket. So we are standing up a whole training academy for our code enforcement staff that talk about when do you deploy which item, right? So if you all pass this and we have civil tickets to use, you know, we want to be aligned in when we use the different tools. So we're creating a streamlined process and also tailored to what that property owner demands. You know, if they're out of state, they're out of the country, we're going to use a tactic like civil tickets versus a VN where we're not likely to get that person in court unless, of course, we have a local agent in charge, which is the other piece that you're deliberating on that would help us take a local person to court. But there, you know, different uses, different situations, you know, at least we would have multiple tools now to use and not just the same old one-size-fits-all approach that really doesn't fit many.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to conclude, just go back to some of the staffing questions through the chair for the property, the newly created, again, really good updates shared today in terms of the path to staff up for this. In terms of the newly created property maintenance inspector positions, through the chair, what is the pay band for those positions?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that starts around $20 an hour for the property maintenance inspector. It's on a step scale.
So these are, through the chair, these are not salaried positions, these are hourly, or they are salaried?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, they are hourly positions. They're in our local 100 union. So that's our wage classification for that.
Okay.
We just codified that. That got ratified.
Okay. And then my last staffing comment would be, I would presume that through our chair that the mayor's estimate that we'll be receiving soon would include the department's recommendation, reflects presumption of passage of this and the staffing up requirements. So when we look at the mayor's estimate, will we be looking at what we presume to be a fully staffed picture of the department, presuming passage of this piece in the 2024 mayor's estimate?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's my understanding.
Okay.
We'll confirm that with Mr. Abanama.
All right. I'll yield, Mr. Chair, because I know there was a lot of incredibly helpful discussion earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Morrow.
Thank you. I think I think I might be the one rounding the bend, Chairman, and I want to thank the panel for a long morning. I hope everyone's gotten out to get some of your baked goods, Sally, which I have been the beneficiary of at some Lead Safe Advisory Board meetings. I just want to applaud the really robust conversation, and especially questions like the ones from Councilman Harsh, Councilwoman Spencer, Councilwoman Gray, and the ones earlier from Council President Griffin, Charlie Slife, Richard Starr. They were really, really helpful to kind of expand the public understanding. I've been lucky and grateful for the chance to be engaged on this legislation and really bring to fruition, as Councilman Harsh said, so many of our housing goals for those of us who have been in the housing space, who have wanted to see change for so long. To see this come to fruition is a really exciting time. So I just really want to thank everybody who has participated for years, especially at Frank Ford and VAPAC. That work of the VAPAC team truly laid the groundwork for this over 2 decades plus. So I really don't want anyone to be missed in that conversation. And so, you know, I don't want to take up the whole time bloviating and thanking people, but I also wanted to talk about our residents who have called into my office for the whole time that I've been in office, asking about properties on their block. And as the conversations around this bill got started, it was really helpful for me to begin, as I was talking with residents, to start saying, the thing that you need is a local agent in charge. And if I could get you a local agent in charge, this would all be a lot easier. And by the way, we're trying to get that in a bill called Residents First. And so in my last newsletter, to Ward 12, I put up an explainer based largely on the presentation that you gave today. And I told folks, hey, if this is something you care about, let me know. There's a way to submit a written public comment in addition to coming down to City Hall. And I had 3 residents who went out of their way to write in. And I'm just going to take a little bit of time to read what they said because I think it's particularly helpful. And they took the time to do it. I want them to have the recognition that they deserve. One is from a resident of mine in Slavic Village. He writes, Residents First is a brilliant and long overdue proposal. As a 20-year resident of Slavic Village, I remain furious that owners of empty buildings in my neighborhood do nothing in an effort to breathe life into the area. Buildings languish and decompose right in front of our eyes while absent property owners wait for some kind of resale payoff that will likely never come. They must be held accountable to the neighborhoods they so callously neglect. I think that kind of hits it right on, hit a nail right on the head. Another woman, a senior, wrote in, I fully support the passage of Residents First legislation that will work towards solving many of the problems associated with absentee, fraudulent, and inactive landlords in Cleveland. As a tenant, I have keen and vested interest in ensuring that this important legislation passes. Thankfully, I rent from a family member, but I shudder to think about a time in the future when I may have to rent from a private landlord or corporation. Frankly, it's very likely that I will move out of Cleveland to avoid the many pitfalls associated with renting from these absentee landlords. It's only fair and just that renters in the city of Cleveland have the ability to live in a clean, safe, and affordable home. Please do what is in the best interest of those you represent and pass this important legislation. Thank you for the consideration of my comments. The last woman, I actually called her last night, Miss Beckett, on Worley Avenue, and I invited her to come, and sadly she was not able to because of work, but she strongly encouraged me to read what she had written in, and I'll tell you, the issue she's dealing with is a property owned by a company out in Atlanta, and there's big stuff going wrong, okay, maybe, noise complaints and safety concerns, but there's little stuff going wrong too, like the garbage bins have been left out for weeks at a time, and there's a gutter falling off, and she just works so hard to keep up her home, and she just does not want to deal with this across the street. And Ms. Beckett is persistent, and she has tried on all the ways she can, going on My Place and everything, to get a hold of these people in Atlanta, and she just can't do it. And so I started telling her, I said, the thing you need is a local agent in charge. And I know she was so excited to come down here today and support that. Unfortunately, she was unable to, so I'm just going to read what she wrote into me instead. The landlords do not live in Cleveland. The tenants are allowed to do what they want to do. People like myself and numerous amounts of other homeowners have to suffer. We are part of the solution, not the problem. We have been living in Slavic Village for a long time and would like to live peaceably and clean. Myself and plenty of other homeowners cannot afford to move. We do not want to move someplace else and pay a whole lot of rent for something that is not as solid as our properties. These out-of-state landlords need to be more responsible for their properties. It is so hard to contact the real owners. Thank you. So for Ms. Beckett and for all the other people who have called my office, I just want to say it is a great day. I want to say thank you to everybody on this side for your time and effort. I want to say thank you, especially to Chairman Hairston, Councilman Harsh, Vice Chair Jasmine Santana, for your efforts on this committee. And I hope that we get to see this through to fruition. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Thank you, Councilwoman Mara. And I believe that's all the questions that we have for today. We've spent 4.5 hours on this today.
Chairman,
A lot of
if I
great
could go
points.
back on.
You going back on? Okay. I'm going to put you back on for a few, but I got another meeting I need to get to. But just so we know, there was not our intentions to pass this out today because there's a few things, obviously, that we've held and talked about today that we need to maybe flesh out a little bit. I believe that there's genuine support for the piece. I think there's a little crux that we can hammer out. A lot of it was already done before coming here through the amendments that I asked you all to look at. But today there were born a few just thoughts and others who were here. And then I've also heard from others who were not able to be here today that they shared some thoughts and concerns. We want to make sure that we get those flushed out as a courtesy. I don't think this Tuesday versus next Tuesday is going to make any difference, right? Knowing that there is support for the work that is being proposed here, but we just need to address a few minor issues that I think that we all can get past, all right? So have that in mind. So make sure I put that up there. Joe and I have another meeting we need to get to, all right? Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been very, very patient with me. I appreciate it. I just want to one question. It's about the liars problem through the chair. So we've always for years had a problem where people come in for the rental registry and they say, well, I'm not going to rent this, so I'm not going to pay the rental registry. And we say, well, how do we know? We can't really tell. So, okay, you're off the hook, you go. And now we're going to say, well, then you're either going to register as a rental or as a vacant property. So you get to pick one or the other. You've got to do one or the other. And the only lie they can then say is, I'm going to live there, right? So that lie comes with tax benefits because they actually claim an owner occupancy tax credit through the chair to the director. Are there other tools in here that help us hold the liar accountable that because we've never had more than 40% of the rental registry complete. We just know that from anecdotal information, but the rest of them just say, oh, it's not a rental, and they get to tiptoe away, and we're trying to stop that. So to the liars problem specifically through the chair to the director, how are we, or whoever, I don't know if you want to.
To the chair, to the councilman. I think with this piece of legislation, we're going to catch a great portion of the liars. But unfortunately, I don't know if you ever, back in the day, there used to be a TV show that says you can never catch a thief. And we're not going to catch all of them.
Right.
We're not going to catch all of them, but I think we're going to catch a great portion of them. And keep in mind that if you're a liar and you're trying to beat the system, you're going to always be more creative than us unless you have a criminal mind. And so when we start seeing those lies coming through, and then we will be able to perhaps put in procedures and protocols to begin to stop them as we begin to see them. But we can never think of how creative people are going to be with the lies that they're going to come up with. Because you're absolutely right. We're going to be able to minimize a lot of them, but there's going to always be some that's going to always learn and figure out how to circumvent the system. And I think for those isolated ones, that small portion, as we begin to see them, because we know we're going to see them, and then we'll begin to put in protocols and safeguards to eliminate that portion of them. But this is going to stop a lot of it.
Okay.
Through the chair to the councilman, just real quick, we have Teresa Allen on our staff who's really good at calling out liars, just so you know.
That's
like
good.
she'll go to the county records, she'll like, really? You don't live in Solon, you live over there? So we do that now.
We have to ask all those questions.
And also, as the director said, we do have Akron, people search, and when they come in even now and say, well, I don't rent that property, or we don't have no tenant there, and then we'll look at it, we'll say, well, who is such and such and such and such and such? And then they'll just say, you know what, here, let me just pay you. So we do have tools now to catch them. We have them.
If
and we
I may,
utilize them.
this legislation also reduces that liar's bucket considerably, where if it's you can be a liar, but in order to be a liar, you have to be a private owner, not an LLC or corporation, in a single-family home.
Right.
Because if it is a two-family, automatically one of them is a rental, and it has to be registered. You can't own or occupy if you're a corporation. You can't own or occupy 2 units.
Right.
Right? So that's where, from now, the liar's bucket is huge.
Right.
But it gets shrank to a place where we also have owner occupant tax credit is a requirement. You can't have 2 in Cuyahoga County. So you can't live in the suburbs and take the owner occupant tax credit on your $1 million home
Right.
and your sub-$1 million home in the city. So through data, through our research, through our scraping abilities, we can now reduce that liar's bucket to local, truly local folks that in single-family homes. So that's huge, part of the new non-owner occupied registry
Fantastic.
legislation.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Spencer has asked for 1 minute to close us out.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There was a question on my list that I neglected to ask when I had my time. I wanted just to clarify through our chair one more time. We've gone through a lot of information today. Can the point of sale inspection process that's proposed be explained one more time?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, it only applies to residential 1 to 3 family properties, only vacant properties. So if we go back to the slide that kind of shows it, essentially it requires a registration just like we do with rental. If you live outside of the area, you have to have a local agent in charge. It requires a basic standard of upkeep to the unit. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be weather tight. Can't have graffiti on it. And then before sale of a residential property, 1 to 3 family, it would require an inspection by the city, inside and out, within a year of transfer. And it would hold the buyer responsible for those code violations to repair them within 6 months and get a certificate of completion. For non-residential buildings, there's a bond requirement. So when they register, they have to place a bond. Okay, there's not an inspection tied to this, but it's, if you're going to hold, like, say, an industrial property greater than 10,000 square feet, you're going to give us a $15,000 cash bond that the city can draw down on for any nuisance issues. So if there's a dumping issue, graffiti all over the building, and you don't repair it, we can come in and use your bond to do that. So every year they'd register it, they'd keep a bond on file with us, so we'd have your $15,000 that we'd hold until your building was no longer vacant, or you transferred it. So that's it in a nutshell. But in addition, although there's a 6-month requirement to repair a residential property and bring it up to code, we would continue to work with people as they make progress.
Okay, and then just to conclude, how are we addressing staffing for this proposed 1 to 3 unit city inspection that would be required for the residential vacant properties?
Yes, we've done some internal calculations based on the number of residential vacant transfers in a given year, which we believe is somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 properties a year, and how many inspectors we'd need. So we would start a new unit, a vacant inspection unit, that would likely have between 5 and 7 inspectors, which we think would be adequate for that volume of work.
And then, sorry, Mr. Chair, how many inspectors?
Somewhere between 5 and 7 in
5
any
and
unit
7?
to do those inspections. We think that would be adequate. We also would put on them monitoring all of the vacant properties as well. In terms of have they transferred, what's going on with them, seeing if people are pulling permits, that kind of stuff.
And then to conclude, are these 5 to 7 additional inspectors in a new unit part of the staffing level we discussed previously, which had to do with 18 units catching up to backfill 18 units plus anticipated 15 new, not units,
We have
positions?
18 open. inspector positions.
18 open.
Yes. So
Plus,
we have,
we
yeah,
talked-
we have
yeah.
a total of 21 open positions right now, building and housing. Some of them are clerical and other roles, but 18 of those are inspectors. But we feel confident to say that another 15 on top of that would get us where we need to be in order to deploy these ordinance changes.
And that would include, through the chair, the additional 15 would include the ones in this new unit.
We would need to, yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yes, it would bring us to current, where we need to be for the budget, which is 18 more people, and an additional 15 that we've talked to the administration about, that we believe would be put into your mayor's estimate.
Thank you. And
Correct.
the 15, then the breakdown of the additional 15 positions through the chair would be,
Well, it wouldn't be finite. So as we talked about, we've added property maintenance inspectors as a classification.
Right.
So that's new. We have BIs and we have RBIs. And, it's harder to find a BI and an RBI out in the world. It's becoming increasingly more difficult to find certified staff. We are finding them, however. We just made offers to 2 BIs this week. So they're out there, and now that we're paying a little bit more competitively with our union contract, we're better able to attract them. So, we stated earlier we have 5 offers out there, and we've onboarded 3 new inspectors in the past month. So it's trending upward, so we're happy about that.
I'm not sure if I totally caught that, but Mr. Chair, I know we're going to continue the conversation.
If
so
Vanover
thank-
may have
Just
a
add a
comment
little
there.
clarity. There's 21 total, 18 positions that we're filling out of the budget. There's an additional 15. Of that additional 15, the expectation is 5 to 7 will be working on vacant property registry and abandoned property. We have another 3 that we're expecting, 3 to 4, again, these aren't finite, 3 to 4 that we are expecting to put into our rental inspection unit to address rental property, and then 3 to 4 that we will be placing in our Main Street unit to work on the main corridors. So those are fuzzy numbers to get that new 15, for lack of a better term.
And then the property, how does the property maintenance inspector positions fit in with that scheme?
So in each of our units, our current code enforcement units, which will be the code enforcers that we have now, as well as the new pieces of legislation, those will be a combination of residential building inspectors and property maintenance inspectors. They'll be working together.
Doing code enforcement.
Currently, property maintenance and code enforcement are done by residential building inspectors. To the director's point, we created the classification of property maintenance inspector, which will do similar work with less certifications required from the state, opening up the ability to increase our hiring pool.
Thanks. And then to conclude, how does this point of sale unit fit in for the point of sale inspections? How does that fit in? Does that fit in with the 15 new positions?
Yeah, the 7 for the abandoned vacant property registry.
Okay.
The point of sale is part of that.
Okay.
So they will be charged with point of sale inspections and identifying unregistered vacant property.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the additional
Thank
time.
you. Councilman Belenzi is going to give him his 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to commend you, the way you've handled this issue and this committee. I'm not on this committee, but I've been watching it on a monitor since I came back from a meeting with Jeff Epstein. And I want to commend all my colleagues who've asked excellent questions. I mean, every one of you have asked excellent questions. But what really prompted me to run down the hallway, I got another call from an 833 area code asking if I wanted to sell my house. I get them 3 a week.
Every day.
I get the postcards in the mail now.
Yeah.
And in my time here, I've seen what has happened to this city as a senior member. I look at North Glenville, what they've done to it, how our neighborhoods have been preyed upon. And 37 years ago, I tried, was the co-sponsor to do the point of sale inspection. They lobbied, people in the real estate community lobbied their fannies off against it. And then we had some of our own colleagues in the body who were opposed to it as well because somehow it was going to hurt poor people. Well, my argument today is who got hurt in this city? Poor people. Poor people have been pillaged in this city as a result of the city being laxed and not being aggressive. It's like, I wish I could say I was wrong, but I didn't have a crystal ball, but I could see what was happening in my neighborhood, sections of Glenville where I grew up. My own grandparents' house, the house I was born in, became abandoned, and I want to thank Councilman Hairston for the work that he did to try to get that house secured. But the house my mother moved us to in Collinwood is now burnt. A two-family just sitting there now for a year, just sitting there burnt with another absentee landlord. So I can only say this to my honorable colleagues. If the Bibb administration, I've always felt that there's two areas that if he can get straight, and that's building and housing and the police department, he'll be a successful mayor. Because it's the #1 complaint into my office, building and housing. Every day, the #1 complaint. We're being pillaged. I'm dealing with the landlords right now from Belgium, who's just bought 6 properties in my neighborhood. I'm dealing with people from France, England. I mean, it's like the world map, and I've never experienced this before. And I was telling Jeff today, when we were on our way to this meeting, in a day, the inspector would have a legal pad, Mr. Chairman, with just a standard form, and he would check off when he went to a house. He'd come back downtown, give it to a secretary who would type out the notices, and then someone would do the title search, and we'd send it out. But we could identify the owners. The process worked. Now you can't identify an owner. Now we're being pillaged. We're being preyed upon. I myself was redlined in my own on a house that I tried to buy next door from one of the biggest banks here in the city of Cleveland. On the east side, they won't give our folks loans. They won't give people of color and older ethnic folks. They won't give them loans. So I'm hoping as we go through this whole process with your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and others, that for the first time in my time here, or at least within the majority of my time, that the city council and the administration will draw the line in the sand and say, enough is enough. We're not taking it anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Pulisic. Very well stated. He's right. Our neighborhoods, and not only just the east, but there's parts of the west as well that, have been devastated and continue to be exploited, right? My colleague sitting next to me, that's one thing she talks about all the time, about the issues that she faces. And it's not just the east side. She's facing some of the very difficult issues that we are on the east side of Cleveland. But thank you for that, So listen, as I stated earlier, we will pick up this discussion next Tuesday. Same time, 9:30. I doubt that we'll be here 5 hours, right? Next week, next Tuesday. We will very much enjoy some more tasty snacks, so don't give them all away. All right. Just bake a fresh pound cake, okay? All right. Thank you, Director. All right, we'll adjourn until next Tuesday. Thank you.
Where the cake? Why ain't get no cake, Director?